Alrighty, we are live here. And chat message bugged, so that's fun. Let's try again. There we go. All right. Alrighty, I'm good.
All right, so from what I can tell right now, for my build, because here's how I've changed it up. I'm still using Ice Lance, right? I added on Elemental Destruction, which seems good. Like Pierce is theoretically good.
Yes, Pierce increases your clear speed.
Okay. So of the things that seem good to have from the passives, like Frigid Domain makes sense to me. Ice Imbue seems kind of meh. Is Frostbite secretly good and I'm just like missing something?
Frostbite just got reworked, so it's a little bit hard to tell exactly how good it is.
Okay.
But in general, I would say Frostbite is not very good by itself and is incredibly good once you build into it with modifiers like deal 100% additional damage to frozen enemies.
Sure.
The way it works is you build up points of Frostbite on an enemy. When it reaches 100, they are frozen and cannot act, or if they're a boss, they deal reduced damage.
Okay. Then it doesn't really seem like, unless I'm missing something, at least for right now, it doesn't really seem like I should activate another thing. Am I totally off here?
I mean, there's plenty of mana that you could use for something like a little bit of extra movement speed via the Swiftness aura. Or you could use a Spirit Magus, such as Lightning Spirit Magus gives you attack and cast speed, whereas the Ice Magus gives you some defensive benefits, recovery, etc. Fire gives you crit.
Okay. But
Ooh,
this
FE.
isn't spell crit, right? This is just regular crit?
I forget the wording on it, if it's attack and spell, or if it's just...
It says critical strike rating.
Then it's just generic.
Does that mean it works for everything?
Yes. Yep, the rule is spell crit only works for spells, attack crit only works for attacks, weapon crit only works for attacks, and crit works for everything.
29 mana seems rough.
How much does your skill cost? Because there are ways to basically get your skills to the point where they cost no mana.
Oh, yeah, mine. So it says it costs 21, but I'm not spending mana right now.
In that case, I wouldn't worry about it. I haven't used advanced search much.
And then it really seems like adding on a modifier for these things is like insane.
1 second, let me pull up your stream so I can see what you're referring to. Yes, adding... So you've got seal conversion up there. What that does is it lets you seal your life and make a low life build, which is usually done to run additional auras.
Oh, Mass Effect seems pretty good.
Mass Effect is very good. Until Andromeda.
Okay. All right. How do you get hero emblems? That's battle pass progression, right?
That is free track of a battle pass, certain events like the current winter event, and also I think there's a new player event, although I don't remember if that's still running or not because I haven't been a new player in a long time. Basically, it's a free-to-play way to get the hero traits.
Okay, so I could choose to go like seal conversion here. Oh, that's rough.
Seal conversion greatly increases the cost, so I would be hesitant to use it at your level.
Yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna just leave these. Like, just doing more damage, doing frostbite, and I guess that's a thing, and just having more crit all seems pretty good.
Yes. Let's see, murder, well, doubled. Ooh, I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't think I want to double my murderous intent consumption. So right now I have up to 30 murderous, and then skill area, or I could do elites. I'm kind of happy with this. I'm going to look at the
All right,
members.
we're level 39. I was pretty sure I was done with the story, and then I went to the desert that you were talking about, and I'm like, why am I here? I already got the spark from our boy Lean or whatever his name is.
Yep. Then you dealt with Keegan.
Yeah, dealt with Keegan. They made Arya a Snow White.
Yep.
And then they introduced Very Big Cat Mommy. So the game is just, it clearly has an audience, I would say.
Definitely.
Also, is the concept that you're dating your crow?
I don't know because I haven't paid very much attention to the story.
Okay, yeah, because she's like, the way that that person talked about their friend makes me wonder how you refer to me to other people. Am I just your companion? Am I just somebody who does work for you? And I'm like, what is happening right now? Are we on a date? And are we in an argument? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. That's where my knowledge of a game's lore ends, because whenever it comes to a multiplayer game, I get so bad at paying attention to the lore where I'm just like, okay, but I want to go back to blasting now.
Sure, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the same even with a game that I've played way too much of, like Path of Exile, where I should know everything about the lore, and I'm sure I know tidbits if asked, but if you told me, explain the story of Path of Exile, I'd be like, well, you see, you're exiled, so you kill everyone who did that, and then bad gods are around, so you kill them too.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, and it's like, and then Eldritch Horrors tried to invade the world, so guess how you solve that problem. Hint, it is not by making friends. How close am I? Oh, I'm so close. I want to put a bunch of extra buffs in here, make it as good as possible, just because I like doing that. Oh, I didn't one-shot.
Okay. Arya just said one of the most Giga Chad things I've ever heard. You undergo these trials, and the trial of lust is, I guess, don't look at the lady and run up to her. And as you're walking away, she just goes, "Why would you try to get the gaze of every single person in the world? I would merely go meet the gaze of the person that I liked." And I'm like, "Yeah, bud, it's called social anxiety. I don't know what to tell you."
I mean, we're allied with a Maven, but we also fight her, so yes and no. Build codes should work across servers. I haven't tested it, but I would assume that yes. For every 3 cube, every 3 commodity, every 3 black cell. Okay, but I don't know if I'll get any of these. So let's go with this. It's a big old red circle that I don't think is relevant to me. Generally speaking, when it comes to lore, I only really pay attention in single-player games. Yes, I have customized my filter a little bit. I found it pretty easy when just tweaking one thing, but I wasn't sure how much of a pain it would be to make a full custom filter. So I just stuck to tweaking one or two things.
So you're telling me you don't know the deep Mario Kart lore?
No. Also, I was never the biggest fan of Mario Kart compared to like Smash Brothers and stuff.
Oh, I just never played it. So like I don't really get the hype. My favorite racing game was actually Sonic. They made a Sonic racing game for like the PS3, I want to say. That was actually super good.
So I'll be honest, Sniper, I haven't looked into if they changed snapshotting at all. It's the sort of mechanic that could very easily have been nerfed into the ground. If they did nerf snapshotting into the ground, I would not play her. If they didn't, then she's fine. I just didn't look into that because I'm playing Rosa this time. And hello, welcome on in. Yep, I'm still leveling. I'm level 77. I mean, I'm still going to be leveling for a while. Probably going to stop around, I don't know, 95-ish in respec. Maybe a little before. What item level is that? Oh, it's 70. Okay. I think that just means I need to turn the strictness of my filter up. Multiplayer, very soon. They want to have it ideally before next season, but I'm pretty sure they've set next season as the deadline. Just don't 100% quote me on that, because their goal for multiplayer is to make sure that it's good. Oh yeah, Rosa's really good so far. As for, is she the hardcore character you've dreamed of? I don't know. I personally don't dream of hardcore, so I can't tell you. But if you like blocking everything, yes. I need more block ratio, though. And I'm surprised at how little you get by default. So I need to fix that. Which I think means a crafted shield. But, like, my shield's pretty good so far, so maybe I won't use a crafted shield for a while. Yeah, loot filter-wise, I'm gonna... filter... I was using this to just grab a couple things. I'm gonna delete it and just go to the intermediate and apply. Because I see too much. And I don't feel like my gear needs any upgrades right now. Basically, Rosa playstyle. You find a group of enemies. You jump directly on them. Then you press your hero skill. That pulls everything into a big old pile. Then you explode the pile. If you like exploding piles of enemies, she's very good. If you don't like exploding piles of enemies, what are you doing? You should like that. Kind of half the game. Oh, I've almost got another Lotus Seed point. Very nice. Bubbles to commodities, adds. Good. So we now have the 3 commodity bubbles. I mean, you can do basically the same playstyle on Rahan. It's a little different. I think you want a 2-handed weapon on him as opposed to a 1-handed weapon and shield on Rosa. But if you like Earthshaker and just smashing stuff, yeah, you can do that on Rahan. I think that's the last card in my... Yes, it is. Cool. I would like... Yes, I would like beacon drops. And ideally, I don't want the Advent of Nightmare to trigger for a little bit, because if it holds off, I can get a lot more stuff. I mean, Ring of Ice is really good. You can play Ring of Ice Yoga, Ring of Ice Gemma. Honestly, you can probably level as Ring of Ice Carino. I don't particularly enjoy it, but I'm sure it would work. It's just a little weird to not use his hero trait at all. Who else? Ring of Ice Thea. That works. Probably Ring of Ice Ping, but again, I would not advise that. There are certain characters where just because you can does not mean you should. Bunch of skill area. Okay. Oh, look at all this loot we're getting. Look at all these dream bubbles. This is real good. I really hope the Advent of Nightmare doesn't happen. Yes, good. This is going to be great. See, my original plan was to level with Groundshaker and then just immediately reroll Lightning Beam. The problem is, I'm having fun with Groundshaker. I'm actually just genuinely enjoying this, and I want to kind of see how far I can push it. I don't know if this is going to be full build stuff or if this is going to be Smash T7 real quick. But yeah, playing this now. This is a build. Randomly, okay, well, yes, replicate my commodity cubes. Oh, hell yes. Oh, this is going to be so much loot. This is going to be so much loot. And yes, initial bubble. Technically, I should be going up to the top, but like, I wanted the initial bubble after I got the max dream stacks. And I have no idea if it's correct to do it this way, but I'm just doing it this way. And I don't know.
Okay, what is the God of War trial? What am I supposed to do?
So there are 4 different trials. There's God of Machines, God of War, God of Might, and Goddess of Hunting. In God of War, you click the statue and then you just kill monsters to build up stacks. The more monsters you kill, the more stacks. If you max out at 10 stacks, you get all the rewards. Then God of Might, there's an area that spawns these fire zones that deal damage over time to you, and you need to kill the enemies it summons within the circle without leaving the circle. Goddess of Hunting buffs the boss, you then kill the boss, easy loot. And God of Machines is you defend the machine pillar, kill all the enemies, and collect all your loot.
All right, I clicked a God of War, and it just, nothing happened.
It puts a buff on you, and you have to activate the buff by killing enemies.
Got it.
I don't know if you remember the rampage mechanic from Path of Exile that essentially tracks kill streaks. It's, the D3 kill streak mechanic. That's an easier analogy.
Sure.
It's that.
I also didn't really play D3, but I do know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, it's always hard to tell what someone has and hasn't played because I've dabbled in so many things that usually I know a reference. I just need to know which game to reference. I even played a little bit of D2, though not that much. I tried a Sorceress, did not really enjoy the early game potion spamming playstyle. Tried a Javazon instead, liked that much more. and then got distracted and never finished my playthrough.
That sounds about right.
I got to Act 3, though. To be fair, I was having fun. Javazon was great. Ooh, add a cube bubble. Look at all this. This is so much loot. We're going to get all the loot. Also, you can't share build codes. Ooh, that's rough. That is very rough. Hopefully that gets changed in the future. And on that note, kind of fun question. What's one game that you haven't played that, based on all the games you generally like and play, you really feel like you should have at one point?
It's an interesting question.
Okay, so you can...
One of the answers would be Bloodborne. For sure. Yep. Like, it's just widely held to be like the best FromSoft game, and it just seems weird that I haven't played it at this point, all things considered. I'm trying to think of like a more interesting answer, though. What do you got for an answer here? Jog my inspiration.
So I'm going to kind of cheat and say multiple games here, but Final Fantasies 6 and 8.
Dude, I hate Final Fantasy 6. Get that trash game out of here.
Really? Because I've heard a lot of good things about both. And, you know, I love the early Final Fantasies, 1, 2, 3. I loved 7. 10 was okay. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about 10. I should probably replay it and see if my feelings are still very mixed. Because I really liked how it started. And then in the middle, I felt like there was it just went a little bit too far.
I like obsessively played Final Fantasy X until the second to last Sin fight. Because you fight Sin a bunch of times throughout Final Fantasy X. And I got to what I think is the penultimate fight. And for some reason, my kid brain just went like, I'm done. And just stopped. And I was like, what? I spent so much. They had like a weird Pokemon like mini game in there where like you like went out and collected monsters using like a monster collecting sword so you could fight them in the arena to get specific item upgrades and stuff. I did that for hours on end and then just got to the second to last fight and went, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to see the conclusion here. So I don't know what happens in Final Fantasy X. Like, I do not know the conclusion. I probably have like 200 hours in that game.
Oh no. Go to sleep, blog.
Final Fantasy VI. So Final Fantasy VI was the favorite Final Fantasy game of my ex, and they were just like obnoxious about wanting me to play it. And then I started playing it, and they're like, "No, you don't understand it. Kefka is the best bad guy ever." And then Kefka was just a weird sociopath clown, and I went, "That's it? This dude blows up the world? I'm good. I'm actually all set on this one. Thank you, though." So I have a very specific resentment of Final Fantasy VI.
That's fair. When you say weird sociopath clown, I just think of Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter.
I have not watched Hunter x Hunter, but I do know the character.
I think he's so iconic that plenty of people who have never seen the show or read the manga know who he is.
He has like the deck of cards tattoos all over his body, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know him.
Another game series that's very well known that I haven't played any of is Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, like I played like up to Vice City, like 1 to Vice City, and I was like, all right, I got what I needed out of this. I didn't keep playing after that.
For me, there's no specific reason. I think it was just that at the time those games were coming out and getting really popular, I was really into other things. Like that was around when I discovered immersive sims. So things like Dishonored. And so I was just playing other stuff.
Oh, it wouldn't really make sense for me to play as games other than ostensibly I have been an avid video game player since I could remember. The Resident Evil games. I just don't like being scared. So I just can't play them, even though they've basically become like action adventure games at this point. I've never actually like sat down and beaten one.
Me neither. For a different reason. I almost never play horror games, not because of the scariness factor, but kind of going back to a bit of what we were talking about yesterday about immersion. A lot of horror games are too heavy-handed with their horror elements, and I see through it. So there'll be a tonal shift in the game or the music right before a jump scare, and I'll go, oh, the game's about to scare me. And it's just enough that I never get immersed in it, because it's reminding me too strongly that you are playing a video game.
Very interesting. Have you ever played the Subnautica games?
No, I watched someone play. Looked very, very cool though.
Oh, dude. Yeah, so I have thalassophobia. Like I get afraid if a pool is too big. Which is an interesting issue to have considering I very much love swimming. And the Subnautica games were like one of the best meditations in me conquering my willpower to date, and I love them so much.
Oh, nice.
But they are scary because of, I think they're just actually scary games because it turns out the deep dark ocean is a terrifying alien concept for humans.
That
And
makes
like
sense.
the soundtrack is like stunningly beautiful and haunting. I would listen to that soundtrack literally all day if I could. And the points that scare you are kind of like the same points that just kind of say like, this is just scary because a human shouldn't be in this scenario, not we're trying to jump scare you kind of thing.
Yes, and when it comes to things that are scary, that's what I prefer. Jump scares, because of the way things are telegraphed by games, they just annoy me. It's like, okay, but you're going to jump scare me. Yes, I get it. Okay. Whereas something where the concept itself is terrifying, I find really cool. Which is why I often like games that are horror adjacent more than actual horror games. Like Sunless Sea. Have you played that at all?
Oh my god, I love Sunless Sea. That's so good.
Yes. And it's a really genuinely creepy atmosphere, and I love it.
Have you successfully beaten Sunless Sea?
No, I've played it for like 30 hours, and I've gotten very far, but I have not actually beaten it.
It's just it's a game that you could ostensibly never beat, depending on like how you play it. I went for a win condition that I didn't realize is one of the hardest win conditions to do, which is the make your own civilization, basically.
Oh,
On like the sun-drenched island.
yeah.
Basically, I started like heavy gaming, like creating trade charts to like move products to get the money for resources, etc. And did nearly 100% of the game and went for that ending. And basically my ability to successfully beat that game came down to 2 1 in 5 chances that both needed to succeed. And if I didn't, it would be impossible for me to then beat the game because I would have used too many resources. And I got it. And I was just like, Oh, one of the best achievements in gaming history for me.
Yes, every map in the endgame. That's awesome. I tried a bunch of different things when I was pretty new to the game, didn't get very far. The one where I got very, very far on was the Find Your Father's Bones.
Yeah.
And then I forget what it was. It was just some monster that I hadn't known was a thing that just completely annihilated me out of nowhere. And I was like, oh, I was so close. And then I said, I'll come back to this later. And I haven't since. And I'm definitely going to at some point.
It's such a great game too, because like so much of it is time gated. Without you like really knowing that it's time gated. So just literally just going a slightly different direction to explore your map the first time effectively completely changes like what opportunities you have. It's such a good game.
Yeah. And the whole idea of what's essentially a text-based adventure, but it turns into this almost horror experience with the limited resources. That's something else that I think they do very well that most, I don't know, official horror games or horror genre games don't, making it scary because you will run out of resources.
Yep.
And there's another game that I haven't played yet, but is kind of on my radar that seems to be that same kind of feeling. Is, what's it called again? Are you familiar with the YouTuber Bellular?
I am not.
Okay, so he does a lot of World of Warcraft content and then covers news, and he has a game studio. And he made a story, almost text adventure style game based on Arctic exploration that seems to go into that same, the thing that makes it scary is you will run out of resources. I forget what it's called. The Pale Beyond. And that looked very interesting, but as usual, it went on my list of, I will check this out at some point in the future and have not yet gotten to it on that list.
Yep. There's
Two purple.
Probably my most favorite storyline in Sunless Sea, and I won't spoil it in case you haven't seen it yet. Have you finished I think it's called like the Chapel of Light? It's typically in the northern part of the map between Wither and Frosthold.
Okay, I've definitely been there, but I don't think I finished its storyline.
It's you show up and the priests are like, please come eat with us, and you walk away and you gain cannibalism.
Yeah, I remember doing that, and I think after that, I tried to follow the Sigiled Navigator storyline on that playthrough and got myself killed.
Yep.
And so I didn't actually finish it.
Okay. Whenever you eventually play again, just for me, prioritize finishing that storyline and tell me what you think about it.
All right. Sounds like I'm going to be partaking in some casual cannibalism like you do.
Cannibalism is strictly a buff in every playthrough in that game. It's a superpower. Like it just gives you like the best options for managing madness and the best options in a lot of different places for getting like very valuable loot. It's just insanely good.
Yeah, just eat the useless crew members who are about to go insane.
Yep. Yep, that's what happens. It's just like there's another way you could get rid of them, and I'm like, oh, there is. Sick. Let's go.
So, your weapon. With most attack builds, your weapon is the biggest single source of damage scaling.
But the end of that story, and obviously I won't talk about it, but like the end of that story, I think is one of the best things I've seen in a video game for the implications of it moving forward after it.
Yeah, that makes sense. The game was all about implications. My weapon right now is trash. It's just a 271 DPS with some multi-strike that I don't need. Biz and erosion mods. Another ending. You haven't played Armored Core 6, right?
I have not, no.
Okay, so I will keep this as spoiler-free as you want me to. Do you want the spoiler-free version, the light spoiler, or the full spoiler?
You can spoil it. I'm not going to pick up that game.
Okay. So I found the first ending that I got really, really cool, but the implications of the third ending was definitely the best. There's this substance called coral, which is, magic space energy that makes you superhuman and lets you pilot armored cores and all that. And through the story of the game, you find out that coral is in fact alive. It's a life form, and it can merge with humans. And your mission is to annihilate all the coral on Rubicon, because the person who is your handler who sent you to Rubicon was part of a research institute that discovered coral and realized, oh, this is a terrible thing. This is going to ruin humanity, because when it reaches a critical mass, this stuff literally just explodes and kills, billions and billions of people. So the ending that really resonated with me the most is when you go with the Rubiconian route. You side with the natives of the planet, and the final boss fight is your handler. And so you go through this tough fight, you beat him. He's using this super powered, coral enhanced mech. And he saw that the coral being air was next to you. And he's like, I'm going to use that to start the ignition. When you beat him, he lowers his weapon and he just says, 621, you've made a friend, which shows how deeply lonely he was throughout his mission to kind of set right the wrong of coral and its use. That was just super cool to me.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. But then the implication one is when you instead go for I guess it's the weird AI route that turns into the pro coral route, where instead of igniting all the coral, or instead of just letting the coral exist as a life form, you merge coral and humanity into a new life form that is scattered across the stars. And I really hope they make a sequel or a DLC or something where you play in that universe, because the implications of that is really cool. Yes, as much DPS as possible, correct. And also crit. Crit is good.
It seems like they have to release DLC for that game, because I think it was pretty successful this year.
Yes. Maybe not on the level of Elden Ring, but still very successful and a really awesome game. And the coolest part, I've never once played a From Software game that felt even remotely as good to play. Like, the movement just works. The combat just works. I cannot say enough good things about Armored Core 6, because it was really cool as an experience. All right, let's see what bubbles we get. 1 to 3 win bubbles. It's bad. I don't even look at a red. I probably should.
Okay, I just killed the next illusion level above what it recommended for me. Feeling pretty bossy right now.
Nice. That is because I have game sound off.
I unlocked my level 50 hero trait at 42.
You should be hearing me, and you should be hearing macro. And that's it. That's pretty good. And unlocking them early like that definitely helps make the progression a little smoother. Because then, the minute you hit the level, you're just good to go. I'm about to do the same with my level 80 hero trait. Just slot it in, and we're good to go. Yep, I had game sound on last night, but I can only listen to game sound for so long. Oh, see, that's the thing. My attitude is always, if the negative's an issue and I have to read stuff, then I need to make my build better to fix that. So just look at loot all the time. I definitely failed to Groundshaker there, which is unfortunate.
Okay, interesting. I oh I lost the DPS race, but I wasn't getting one shot by the next level up, and I was kind of playing very safe. Also,
Huh.
when the big monsters show up to end you, they do 622,000 damage. That seems like a lot.
Yes, I believe that's not just 622,000. It's 622,000 ignoring all defenses. Mostly because otherwise someone might be able to build something that's tanky enough to stand in that. Actually, no, you definitely would be able to, because if you have 2 massive damage reduction layers, that's already like 90% and 80% less damage taken. Oh, God of War. I love the AoE from this. Advent of Nightmare. No! I did not want the Advent of Nightmare. I wanted to win the coin flip there. That's so unfortunate. I like how they have the energy shield and my initial hit takes it off. Well, I have the eternity thing. I have to be slightly careful.
Ugh. It's like I'm leaving him at like 25% life, and it makes me want to just try to high roll and get lucky off crits.
I don't think at 25% you're going to be able to high roll. If you were at 10 or 15, maybe if you could get Culling Strike. Sorry, Elimination. I'm using PoE terminology again. All right. I'm almost done draining my health here. It's fine. Oh, I haven't blocked recently. That explains the problem. Cool. Nightmare has ended. Out we go. There's all the currency and loot. I forget. I genuinely forget. Okay, the eternity buffs do stick around. It's so crazy to me that they just give you Headhunter as part of a league mechanic. Like, you just get it. Oh, but if you exit the nightmare, okay.
Hey,
got
if
it.
my hero trait ability, the fire whatever fusion thing, it seems like grayed out.
I'm trying to remember the exact specifics because you're not 50 yet, right?
I'm not 50 now.
I believe it's that you need a certain level of fusion energy to use the active component, and it'll be grayed out when you can't activate it. But as of, I think it's level 50 or level 62, you can get the option to just have it automatically activate, and then you never worry about that. You know, having the extra God of War is nice. I like this AoE. And we got to the boss. Welcome on in, Rionic. We were gathering all the pirates and bonking them. And they keep hitting us, which is good. We want the big bonks. I'm going to look through my hero relics and memories again, because, yeah, I got a bunch of new ones. Wait, that one's trash. That one's trash. This one's... Oh, okay. All the relics are trash. Good to know. Memories, because I really want more block ratio. All right, I don't need Whispering Resurrection. When I swap over, I'm going to swap to something actually good. Chance to gain... I'm not evading, though. There's no way anyone wants this, right? Yeah, but as I thought, there's no way anyone wanted that. Which classes... What playstyle? I would say there are more characters that are beginner-friendly than there are characters that aren't beginner-friendly at this point. And so it's more about what sort of play style you think you'll enjoy more.
I like honestly can't tell if me clicking this button is doing something, which is very interesting.
I'm trying to think if there's a standout. Yeah, it's a little hard early because the bonuses are pretty subtle until you get a lot of effects, where if you're applying all of your bonuses from fire to cold, all of your bonuses from cold to fire, and you have like 8 max fusion energy, you'll start to notice it. But if you have is it default 3 or 5? Then it's not really that noticeable. Let's go commodity bubbles again. Oh, 80. What do I get? I either get Crush for every 1% block ratio, Murderous Intent upper limit +2 for every 4 current minus. Ooh, I kind of like. All right, let's see if I start dying. If I start dying, I'm going to take this off because I believe this makes me take more damage. Yeah.
Does Ice Lance shotgun?
Not by default, no. You would have to play Carino Lethal Flash to be able to shotgun with it.
Okay.
In
Is that a unique?
No, that's a hero
No,
trait.
Karina's a hero.
Yes. So in general, forward firing projectile skills do not shotgun by default unless they have an AoE component. Then the AoE component will shotgun and the projectile will not. However, there are certain skills that have inbuilt shotgunning capabilities, in which case those do. And in general, vertical firing projectiles do shotgun by default. Oh, parabolics as well. So Ice Fire, Ranger, and Illusion. Illusion is a dedicated spellcaster. So if you want to spellcast, then I can definitely recommend Illusion. He's very beginner friendly. Ranger of Glory is a little bit less beginner friendly because his early game is kind of rough if you don't know what you're doing. But once you get to around level 30, he's also quite easy to play. And he is for projectile skills. I would very much, as a new player, recommend doing projectile attacks. Last up, Gemma. She can either be played as a melee build, something like Flame Slash,
Down to like 8%.
or spell build.
I'm finding out I can just face tank a lot more than I was expecting.
Oh, nice. That's really good. Yes, change all my bubbles to commodity. Get me more nightmare commodity bubbles. And so if you're not quite sure what playstyle you want, then I would go Gemma because she can do it all. Look, Flame Elementium. Also, that was the wrong button. I opened a portal instead of picking up loot because my pick up loot key and my open portal key are next to each other. Yeah, talent node. Does this get me? Oh, I already got it. Okay. Start next round and move on to the next time marked by bonking the boss. Oh, whoops. Oh my god. Spacing. You know, I have no idea what my DPS is, but I suspect it's going to be pretty darn good for this guy. Okay, yes, my DPS is pretty darn good for this guy. This guy's getting bullied. Yeah, you go away. Also, those should be triggering automatically. Why aren't those triggering automatically?
How long is a season in Torchlight?
Around 3 months. Time Mark 4 unlocked. Now I'm just going to do Time Mark 5. Man, 25 Truth Embers is so good, but so is 45 Energy Cores. The goal is roughly 3-month seasons, but sometimes it's better to delay and make sure the content's finished and polished and all that, which I'm always in favor of. I'll be honest, I have not looked into that at all, because I played that build as my starter, and I'm the sort of person who is very unlikely to play a build for a long time. I play it, then I move on to the next. If the 1 second mod doesn't work anymore, and it doesn't snapshot, then the build is much weaker and would require a complete revamp to play. If it still works, then it still works. But I spent most of my time looking into how Lightning Beam works, and so I can tell you lots about Lightning Beam. But I can't tell you more about that setup.
When a skill doesn't actually have damage, adding additional damage for the supported skill doesn't do anything, correct?
Correct. In almost every case, the only exception to that is minions. You can add it because the minions have their own skills which have damage.
Okay.
What skill were you thinking of?
Elemental Destruction.
Okay, yeah, adding damage there would do nothing. Ooh, additional damage with weapons. I think I can use that. Oh no, I cannot use that because of shapes. Okay. Get a little more damage here. Go back to smashing stuff. Any broken builds? I mean, Groundshaker's pretty darn broken for low levels and like getting yourself up and running. I do not have very good gear. I have a couple of legendaries I bought for a few FE off the trade house, and then trash I picked up off the floor. And I am absolutely decimating everything. So Groundshaker Rahan, Groundshaker Rosa. I don't think Groundshaker Gemma will work very well. Groundshaker Thea will, though. Oh, wait, enemies did spawn. Come back. Come back, enemies. I need to smash you. Cool. I got more Lotus Seed progress. Changes one type of bubble to commodity event upgrades. Yes, we are just stacking all the commodity bubbles. And so I think I have to do outer now. Yes, I have to do outer. I just go drop quant. Oh yeah, I can reset. That's the other nice thing.
All right. I'm trying to min-max
Like that.
some like modifiers on things to get me a little bit more damage. I'm so close.
Oh, that's always the tough one. That's how they get you. Right, that and 5. All right, I've maxed out my loot here. I think next I'll do Malice Petal, probably Malice Petal, and then the EXP stuff. Because right now I need loot and I want overlapped leaves. think going up one side, whichever side you prefer, is the best way to do it. I did not imagine I'd enjoy Groundshaker Rosa as much as I am. Ooh, 30. Fun fact, the very last hero trial is one of the most challenging fights in the game.
Oh, for real?
Yep, because the timer's just incredibly strict. I forget the exact requirements, but I believe you need over 100 billion DPS, and you need enough survival rating that that 600,000 hit that you saw earlier wouldn't even phase you.
That's too much.
Yeah, I mean, you can get there with really good gear, but it is not an easy encounter, because the 1 minute is just brutal for it. Also, damage scaling in this game is very weird, where for most of the game, you only need like 10 billion, but then there are builds that can get 100 trillion. They're slowly nerfing those builds out of existence and slowly adding in, you know, more even power scaling. Wait, what does this do? What does...
How
Oh,
important
that
would you
just selects.
say it is to have like your full energy unlocks for your active skill? Like above having benefits on other ones?
Each thing that you unlock for your main skill is often 50% more damage. Or 50% multiplicative damage. So, generally speaking, pretty important. But if your damage isn't struggling, then it doesn't matter and you can go with defensive stuff or quality of life. Oh, but you can double. It just
That's
takes a while.
so ripped. I'm 15 energy off from being able to get it. All right.
Oh. Right, Nightmare. Yep. I expected that to go into the Nightmare. Can't win the coin flip every time. I do like that you can just blast these out. Pretty chill. Do we have eternity buffs? Yes, we have eternity buffs. So killing monsters equal all health goes goodbye. I mean, technically, no, there's no Flicker Strike, but there's several things that function like Flicker Strike. Like Seething Rahan. He's kind of just Flicker Strike the hero trait. I also like how losing the 2% life to gain the eternity buff is why my health just keeps disappearing here. Because I'm killing so many things instantaneously. I never take damage until I do. And it's because I'm killing things before they get to block. Or before they get to attack, which means I don't get to block. Oh, god damn it. Okay. I guess I can't tank that. Unfortunate. Wait, which is the one I'm supposed to be killing? Is this the one I'm supposed to... Oh no, it already died. There we go. Dreams come true. If dreams are flame elementium, they come true. I did not get 20. I've been scammed. Most well-known item in Torchlight? I don't think Torchlight really has any super iconic items the way PoE does. If anything, I would say it's skills that are iconic rather than items. So obviously you have things like Whirlwind. That's pretty iconic. You have things like Thundercloud that are iconic. But you don't really have items in the same way. Like, in theory, it's Eternity, which is the Headhunter effect. But I don't think people see it the same way they see Headhunter. Probably because it's not actually a super chase anymore. Most iconic PoE skill, Cyclone. Spoiler alert, it's Whirlwind in every game. It's just Whirlwind. Goddess of Hunting Divinity for evasion. No, thank you. Okay, so to bring in a discussion from my chat, someone was asking about most iconic item in Torchlight, and I was saying I don't think there really is. So then they asked about most iconic skills from games. What would you say the most iconic skill from any Diablo game is? Like, not across all games. You pick a game and...
In Diablo 1, the most iconic skill is Firewall. In Diablo 2, the most iconic skill is probably a toss-up between, like, just the concept of teleport, but Frozen Orb or Blizzard, and then it's kind of hard. Like Whirlwind, Blizzard, Lightning Fury. Are probably like, oh, well, Hammers is also iconic. I would say Hammer is actually... Blessed Hammer is the most iconic from D2. And in D4, it's kind of interesting. I guess now, like, Ball Lightning is going to be the most iconic. But Corpse Explosion is always kind of up there, but it's more niche because there are less Necro players. It's kind of hard once there was, like, legitimate diversity amongst build identities in the game. And I didn't really play D3. I don't know, the Witch Doctor can, like, summon a bunch of frogs, right? That's pretty iconic.
I feel like from my experience, in Path of Exile, the most iconic skill, definitely Cyclone, which is PoE's equivalent of Whirlwind. Because that's the thing, that there is a group of people who will play it, no matter how good it is, or how strong it is, or how good it feels to play. They'll just play it. Then you have other stuff like bow skills are fairly iconic recently. They haven't been as iconic in the past, though. Something else that I'd say is fairly iconic from PoE is Flicker Strike, but it is literally unplayable for a lot of people, so I don't think it counts as an iconic skill.
What's Flicker Strike?
You target a monster and you instantly teleport to it and attack them. Scales with your attack speed. And so it gives people extreme motion sickness sometimes to play it. Because you will teleport 40 times a second. Yeah, RF is pretty well known. At least right now. But for a long time, Essence Drain Contagion was more well known. I don't think D4 really has an equivalent in terms of Flicker Strike. Which honestly is probably a good thing. I don't think it's quite the same because you can't get ridiculous attack speed, Devil. Selects one fluorescent bubble to replicate. Wait, randomly selects 2 bubbles to replicate. That's even better. And now I need to change their types to upgrade their rarities. Ooh, Flame Elementium. Another reason why Cyclone or Whirlwind is so iconic in Path of Exile is it's not just a damage skill. It's also a very powerful utility skill for something like Cast on Critical Strike. When your attack critically strikes an enemy, you trigger a spell.
Okay, yeah. That seems very good.
I remember the Instacker Flicker stuff. I like how I just stood in its big slam. Ooh, FE from a boss, that's kind of rare. Yeah, it is very, very good. Let's swap to time mark 5 there. Up to time mark 4 here. 5 here. 4 here. Something else interesting about Path of Exile, which I think is shared with D2. Certain items are just very iconic to the player base. So in D2, you have things like Enigma, and then in Path of Exile, you have things like Headhunter. But I don't think D4 really has that, at least not yet. Wait, there's a blue guy behind me. We have to kill the blue guys. James Cameron would be so disappointed in us.
Yeah, it mostly just has like iconically challenging to get items like Tempest Roar.
Yeah. That picked the perfect things to upgrade.
Yeah, but I don't think any of the uniques are like classic uniques yet.
13 Divine's interesting. Yeah. I think Path of Exile did a very good job when they introduced Headhunter with making it both incredibly rare, but also achievable as an aspirational piece of content. Because while it was so rare that you wouldn't drop one, at least most people wouldn't drop one, you could trade it. And so you could achieve it even if you would never drop one. I don't really count that as an iconic D4 item, damn I. I'm talking about unique to D4, which they don't have yet, but may in the future. Personally, I always prefer when items are tradable in games, because it adds a whole nother layer of gameplay.
I'm so close to getting this dude dead. I've got him down to like 3%, and it just seems like a hard cap on my DPS.
Oof, that's so close.
And like, I know I don't need to be doing that. I fully understand that. But like, the moment I can theoretically do something, I want to.
Yeah, there's also it might just be that you need one more level on something. Remove bubbles until only one random bubble is left, then changes its quality to red and replicates it. So I give up 4... Or I do this. Or I do this. I'm going to do this. Yeah, that was better. because I get 2 tiers from tier upgrades right now. I don't know, Groundshaker's just really smooth. I wonder how the boss is going to be. I get to time mark 6. What did I get here? I don't know. Oh, probably this. Let's make all the red notifications go away. Chance to be corroded. Let's deal some more cards. Ooh, EXP earned. Yes, please. I think you clicked the wrong redeem there, Devil. You were looking for the scam redeem. But luckily, I am actually showing my headphones currently. Oh, it's yelling at me to start it. I'm just not paying attention at all. I mean, you basically managed to turn the show me redemption into a scam redemption, so I think you did a good job. The nightmare is hunting you. I would say this is a problem, but it's really not.
I honestly like. I don't care about trading. If the game says you can trade every single item, I'm fine with that. If the game says you can only trade these things, I'm also fine with that. I do not personally really have an investment in it one way or the other. I will say at this point, I don't know why. I understand like ideologically why D4 doesn't want to do trading for like legendaries and uniques, because I think realistically it can't support trading in game, and until it does that, trading is a moot point anyways. And I would like to see them add in a trading function, like a legitimate trading function in the game. Just add in an auction house, and then make it so that you can trade everything, and then just kind of like accept that and move on with the game's history as a Diablo game.
Yeah. And I have mixed feelings about auction houses in games, because in some cases I think they're the right choice, and in some cases I think they're the wrong choice. This debate always comes up with Path of Exile, where people say, oh, Path of Exile should just have an auction house. It should just be really easy to trade so that I can buy the things that I want, and I can make way more money because I would be able to sell things. But the entire, drop system in Path of Exile is designed with the concept of you have to at some point choose whether you pick the item up or not based on what its value is to you, based on the time you take to trade it. And so for Path of Exile, an auction house would never actually function correctly. Whereas for Torchlight Infinite, it was designed with an auction house from day one, with an auction house existing, and with drop rates tuned around it. So an auction house works really well for Torchlight Infinite. I think for D4, an auction house is the way to go. And I definitely think they need a built-in trading platform within the game. But I also think they need to improve the general itemization before they implement that. The problem with a currency auction house is you run into the same problem, just with different things. That because the currency drop
I've gotten
rates,
him down to 2% now.
Oh, that's so close.
It's like so close. I swear it is. I don't know if this fight is the same for every character. It feels like at some point he does a skill that seems to heal him.
The fight is the same for all characters. I'll be honest, I have never fought it to that extent on such low DPS where
Sure.
that's ever been relevant, so I'm not entirely sure. Also, that's the thing, Devil. 90% aren't. A very small minority are. It's just you notice the minority. But here's a good example. Let's say there was a auction house in Path of Exile for currency. Would you be okay with 90% less orbs of fusing dropping and 50% less divine orbs dropping? But you can trade them on an auction house. Because any auction house added to PoE would result in a significant reduction. And then how do you sell that to a player base that always wants more loot? Because that's the other problem. And are you okay with the fact that a lot of the currencies you pick up right now with an auction house would be completely worthless? I.e., orbs of fusing generally hold their value for quite a while now, but it's entirely possible that orbs of fusing would become completely worthless. If there was an auction house, because everyone would just get the orbs of fusing they need. Yeah. NEM 4 prices are probably the closest we've seen to what the economy... No, heist prices are the closest we've seen. Also, damn it, my Flame Elementium's over there. I have to go back for it. And wait, Dragon Breath Armor. Does anyone care about this right now? Price check. I mean, not really, but I don't know. 3 FE, go. Buy my thing. I promise it's only mostly trash. More like the 20CX. Ooh. You know, during a heist, it got as low as like 17. And so to prevent that kind of thing, they would have to significantly reduce the drop rate of divines to compensate for other things in the market, which would then make the rest, you know, cascade.
No, I killed him at the same time that the event killed me.
Oh,
And
no.
it showed me be like the go to the crystal to get your whatever. And now I... Okay, so I can do it.
Wait, was that for unlocking a hero trait or a skill point? Because I don't remember if that works even if you don't click the crystal. You should double check that.
It's got to be for... I think this has to be for a skill point.
Because if you just got a skill point, then congratulations. Oh, you can see it on the hero screen, actually, whether you've cleared it or not.
Yeah, no, I can't. I haven't.
Because I feel like for the trait ones, at least it used to actually give it to you, even if you didn't click the crystal. The other problem with an auction house is it then leads to certain issues for GGG, which I feel like they don't want to deal with, of like managing that system. Oh. All right, change one, upgrade. Oh no, they couldn't have the one trade site dev do it. That's the difference. That's why I say it adds things that I think they just don't want to deal with. Because at that point, you need network monitoring for the item transfers. 22 alts. Well, I mean, you can use them on flasks. I should turn in some of my dazzling snowflakes soon. I could see live searches for bulk items in PoE. Yes, I would enjoy that. Which physical spell? Because depending on the tags of the spell, depends on which hero is best. Howling Gale, so a channeling. Is that projectile or no? Add or... Oh, no, we have to do this. We have to do... Wait, do we? This is a black sail bubble. Yes, we do. No proj, channeling duration. Then yes, Thea, either wisdom or incarnation. You can't search for multiple essences the way you can boss fragments now. Ooh. I think I do too much damage to these guys. I keep not blocking their damage. Do you know how expensive VTuber models are? I mean, is that an offer, Devil? Welcome back. Given that Gemma kind of strongly encourages tagged skills, so cold or fire tagged skills, yes, I do think Thea would be better. As for blessing management, it's pretty much automatic. At least once you get a few levels on her. All right, there we go. I mean, fair. I don't know what goes into a VTuber model, and I just kind of assumed that it was worth it, but, well, worth it to people who, you know, actually VTube. I don't, so it wouldn't really be worth it to me. That's the sort of thing where it would get used once or twice, probably pretty funny, and then, yeah, never again. The entire Atlas tree doesn't matter. You integrate essence into another strategy. So there is no singular Atlas tree to follow. For example, Essence Blight, Essence Heist, Essence Beast, Essence Expedition. Those are all different ways. Essence Harbinger, which is my personal favorite. Those are all different ways in which you can integrate the essence mechanic because it uses relatively few points. The reason I didn't show the tree is because you shouldn't just copy the tree that I have. Change 3 types to fluorescent. Change 1 type. No, we're going to add commodity. We're going to add all the commodity bubbles. No, it's only 1. I wanted to hit 3 on the gamba. From my experience, no, they have not nerfed a fracturing orb drop rate. I've gotten plenty of them. Okay, he has a little more health. Oh, it's because I wasn't standing on him. You know, I'm curious about something. Has Vortex Heart gone up or down? It has gone down. Cool. I kind of want to try one. Oh, item is expired. Okay. What about this one? Item is expired. Wait, sweep. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. So, never mind. It has, in fact, gone up. It's just expired listings. The Maxwell leveling guides are good. Why? I mean, that's basically what I'm playing here. I'm just modifying it a bit because there's certain things that I like. Actually, to be fair, Milky might recommend Vortex Heart. I genuinely don't remember. I'm terrible at following guides. I follow them like halfway and then go, I'm going to do this instead. If Essence and Beast are what you want to run, yes. And there is I think it's called White Map Beast Rush, that is very good for Essences and Beasts. And that's on Maxroll, which you can get to with !Maxroll. So which Gemma are you following? And which Gemma are you playing? The different Gemma hero traits do have different skills offered, and it may just be that you're looking at the wrong Gemma. Additional drop quantity. Yes, please. Adds one bubble that is blue or better. Removes a bubble, then adds a cube bubble. It's the character you're playing. What is the character you're playing called? Black Sail to replicate, but do I want... sure. It's not like it matters. It's extra bubbles to then potentially convert later. From 0 to 10, I'd say it's about a 7. It's not as complicated as PoE, but it's way more complicated than D4. Oh yes, beasts are very easy to do because you're doing like tier 1 and 2 maps. And so the other thing about beasts is they're very fast. Once you learn to visually recognize the red beasts that you need to be killing, you can ignore everything else and just run past them. Harbingers are another mechanic that's generally very rewarding, even in low tier maps. So Essences, Beasts, and Harbingers, if you have bad gear, are all really awesome things you can farm. In fact, it's a little old, but generally still applies. I have a video on when I did it and made a significant profit. There was a selection at character creation that you may have missed. Since you have Ice Fire Fusion, you need to level Ice Fire Fusion. So if you have the Flame of Pleasure or Frostbitten Heart guide open, the skills will be different. Yes, I go into Nightmare here. No, wait, I have to start it. Right. It's kind of like how you choose an Ascendancy in PoE, but instead of having to do lab, it's just on the character select screen. Yeah, exactly. Oh, god damn it. I was trying to jump past his charge, and I just jumped directly into it. The charge hurts a lot. I think it might negate defenses. For leveling, Ice Fire Fusion is the single strongest character in the game right now. I mean, I have some bad news for you if you don't want to make crazy profit, Lorax. In any other league, you would very much be able to make crazy profit just doing Essence Beast Harbinger. Luckily, this league, because Wisps are so OP, you probably won't make crazy profit. But in any other league, yeah, it's crazy profitable if you're fast at it. Like 6-7 divines an hour easily, and up to 10 if the beast prices go up. I seem to have lost the nightmare. Cool. Oh, there he is again. All right. Ooh. Wait, is he just missing me? Yes, he's just missing me. Oh, he charged my minion. Yeah, get wrecked. How many FE will I get? Commodity bubble. Wow, it's disappointing for an orange commodity. There's the FE. Murderous intent. Block ratio, you know, I think that's okay. Yeah. I think I need more block ratio, so I'm going to put that on. Yeah. It's a very good strategy because crafters need all of the stuff that you're generating. So you'll always have a market. Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, that's... Essence Harby is not working like previous leagues because of the effects of Magic Find on the economy. That's why I say any other league you would be making crazy good money. This one, it's just okay. And that's just because people are dropping too many of other things through like Abyssal Spire stuff. Not yet. Party play is coming soon, though. Like, actually coming soon, not, you know, coming soon, TM soon. Oh, I needed to bonk twice. There we go. Let's pull in all the pirates. Oh. Oh, I had this active. Right. How's it going, Snow? Let's go fight a pirate. We'll see how good our single target is here. Pretty good. And the loot. Probably nothing too useful. Okay. FE is useful. Oh, nice. At some point in the near future, I'm going to be leveling another character in PoE as well. It's going to be a champion. Do with that what you will. No, I'm not going to say what build or gear or anything. Just, it's going to be a champion. And it will use at least one skill. That much I can tell you. I mean, EA Ballista can be played on a champion and does use one skill, so it very well could be that. All right. Commodity, pretty good. I do not enjoy Corrupting Fever Champion. I've played it before. I've also played Corrupting Fever Gladiator. I do not enjoy it. So I guess I will say it's not that. It could be Splitting Steel. Splitting Steel is a very strong skill right now, and it is typically played on a champion.
What is a Terra charge?
A Terra charge is something unique to Terra skills. Basically, it's an additional resource that's consumed to enhance the effect. So on your Frost Terra, you'll have a Terra charge, and you need to have Terra charges to use the skill optimally. Though, since you're just dropping it for support rather than for damage, it doesn't matter that much.
Okay.
Yeah, there's several skill-specific mechanics like Terra charges, Demolisher charges, which essentially make your slam-type skills bigger and better. Steep Strike, which is more of a melee thing. Projectile interactions, Pierce, Extra Proj, etc. I believe on all skills, it should, in the skill description or the advanced skill description, say in what way it works. When consuming a Terra charge, have increased area of effect, for example. It's kind of dangerous to be able to pull everything in and just explode it. Sorry about that. Now, unfortunately, Twitch does do that. In a private league, I feel like saving points respecking is valuable, though. Even if it's technically inefficient. I'm getting a lot of flame stuff. The PC controls are very good. You can either play keyboard and mouse like I am, or you can play controller, and it works really, really well. Wait, I have Zappy Lightning. When you have Zappy Lightning, you don't need to stop for stuff. Yeah, and I can do this. Adds to Black Sail, yes. I can imagine it being great on Steam Deck. Also, if you are playing with controller, there is one thing that I would say that's kind of important. So you go to battle, and if you are ever playing a channeling skill, you want to enable auto guide on controller so that you don't have to both hold down a button and move constantly. What that does is it turns channeling skills into a toggle where you hit the button and you'll just start toggling or start channeling. And then you have to hit the button again to toggle off. The only exception being a channeling skill where you really want to tap it rather than holding it down consistently. That you wouldn't want to auto guide. I'm going to get a little more crit strike rating and get all those big bonks. I might be overcapped on my crit, to be honest with you, but I'm kind of fine with that. Because it means at the start of an area, I don't have to worry at all. All right, 0% Nightmare Advent. As you can see, we're just going through, doing big old bonks, getting all the loot, smashing through things. There we go. Definitely want to pick up the Shallow Dream Talking so that I can enhance some of my gear with it. In fact, I should probably do that right now. Or after this when Patty appears, which will be right now. Dream interpretation. What do I want to enhance? Definitely my weapon. Yes, yes. Unequip the item. Oh, it removes the enchantment. Oh, interesting. I'll do it on gloves then. So, the number 1 affix with a Sweet Dream affix, 5% crit strike. When the number 1 is lower than T2, upgrade it by 1 tier. Or add... The fastest way is to buy a couple of maps from another player and then buy the rest from Kirak. I'm going to abandon this, so I lose the currency, but I get to try again. Number 6. Cold damage. I really want fizz damage. Come on. Come on, give me fizz damage here. Oh. That's interesting. It's not cooperating. I have 2 more tries, though. Erosion damage to attacks and spells. There we go. Record. Downgrade. Downgrade. The adjacent of the 6. Wait. Because there's no affix here, this doesn't seem to do anything, so I'll see if this messes up my item. This does not seem to have messed up my item in any way. Cool. And now I equip it. I would say you'll have a good experience with Rosa, yes. The best experience, though, is to pick a character that has a playstyle that's appealing to you. So what do you like? Ooh. All right, randomly replicates 1 to 3. Replicate 3. No, it replicated 1. Like, if you enjoy minion builds in games, I would not recommend Rosa. But if you enjoy melee playstyles, being up close in the enemy's faces, being nice and tanky and not dying, or even spells, but you're up close and in the enemy's face, Rosa's really good. Yes, the whole deck always applies Dread. That's a change from last season. Best strat to progress right out of a campaign. Do the highest time mark possible until you get to time mark 6 or 7. You don't really worry about strat until you're around time mark 6 or 7. Okay, then yes, you'll have a good time, Dennis. Ooh. Okay. He actually does a little damage to me. I think he'll phase here. Nope, never mind. He will not phase. He's just going to get bonked. Okay, time mark 5. Is everything time mark 5 now? I have 20, so it should be. Cool, so now we just go around again. Drop quantity, drop rarity, dropped quantity. I'm just going to go for a fast one here. Once you get to around time mark 6, personally, I would either go for a direct currency drop strat to get Flame Elementium, or go for something like a Cube Black Sail strat to get your hero relics, hero memories, and whatchamacallits. Slates. Because you'll need those things, and you either need to buy them or farm them yourself. It's a boss. The boss thinks he can kill me. He doesn't understand that I'm playing Rosa. He is a little tanky, though. He also drops good loot. Okay, there we go. Selects 2 commodity and replicates, but I don't have 2 commodities. Removes half, rounding down, then replicates. Okay. So I should lose 2 here and then replicate 3. Yes. Which is +1. Oh, and none of them upgraded. That's unfortunate. Was really hoping to get some bubble upgrades there. Yes. Check the pinned comment. As you can see, it works pretty well. Boom. It just deletes everything on screen. Now I get my loot map. Oh, I just noticed something. I broke my character slightly. Right, I have to do this. Because I unequipped an item, so half of my aura is turned off. Do I actually want Summon Flame Spirit still? 1.3% base crit is really cool. So probably. But then again, I don't know that I can, not critically strike with stacked fervor. Which case it would probably be better for me to not. Yet, I don't know, the attack speed for just extra mobility. Ooh, I took a good bit of dot damage there. That was nasty. Sounds like you want to play my build. Look up my Caustic Arrow of Poison character. Also, I apologize that I haven't gotten back to you on the POBs yet. I've been incredibly busy preparing for the Torchlight release, and now that it's out, I'm basically either sleeping, streaming, or making a video. I've had 0 time. Removes a bubble then adds... No. Removes a bubble then adds 2 commodity. I kind of like that because I have a decent chance to turn a Netherrealm bubble into a commodity bubble. Yes. Statue of Hunting. Trigger vulnerability. Something. I don't read boss mods because who reads boss mods? Move out of a poison. Oh, am I still in the poison? Yeah, I'm definitely still in the poison.
Okay, I have successfully killed it and then died twice now. And I'm just like, I need this. I need this more than I need anything else in a video game.
Oh, you're so close. Killing it and dying is like 1 hit. Oh, it's rough. I'm so glad that they made the cube animation faster. It makes this such an enjoyable mechanic. Yeah. Well, I haven't specifically done Essence Invitation, but I have done Delirious 100% Wisp Juice Tier 16 nonsense, and I've never had DPS issues. And between Bloodnotch, Defiance of Destiny, and Progenesis, my build is very tanky. Basically, the only thing I'm not super tanky against is Uber bosses. That's only because I have done nothing to hedge against their penetration. If I dealt with Pen, then I'd be fine too. You know, Extreme Vanity might be neat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's a 6 progress, but... I mean, I mostly solved the FPS issues too. Caustic Air of Poison was the answer. Dropping Scourge Air of Menace solved my FPS issues. I guess I still go down to like 30, but it's PoE. 30's like perfect frame rate. Self-attack. I don't like ballistas because my damage can die, and in juiced content my damage was dying, so I dropped them. Ooh. You get auto loot through the battle pass. It'll unlock immediately if you have the paid track of a battle pass. It will unlock at, I think, level 10 on the free track. And then you just have to have any pet following you, and you'll have auto loot. It's 10 or 15 on the free track. Which, just in terms of a time comparison thing... Oh, 15. Yeah. By the time you're done with a campaign, you probably have around 15. Maybe time mark 4 or 5. No, they were not mugged because I was nowhere near that. Come on, hold still. There we go. Dreams come true. Flame Elementium, Flame Elementium, Flame Elementium. I'm getting so much money. It's kind of silly. No, an Impossible Escape doesn't fit it. Also, that build has so much jewel pressure that it's actually insane. Assuming that you didn't want to play that, do I have other... So if we're talking about new builds, not yet. If we're talking about builds that aren't new, well, I guess Splitting Steel, that's fairly new. You'd have to do your own research on how much things cost. Cast on Crit Energy Blade probably fits into 180 divines. I also suspect that it tanks everything totally fine. Maybe new stuff-wise, Mana Righteous Fire. But I don't know enough about the build's defenses to know if it's tanky or not. It should be fast, and it should have good damage. It gets near dot cap with Indigon stuff. 36. And Impending. What's this? Okay. Whoops. That's fair. Yeah, that's the sort of thing where it looked like it had a lot of potential. And I looked into the damage mechanics.
Ken, why didn't you just tell me my build was bad and that I had too much survivability and not enough damage?
Because I didn't know that was the problem.
10, like, buddy, like, how many hours do you have in this game, 10?
About 1,000.
Okay, you gotta give me some of that power. We need to woosah, we need to meditate or something. No, I moved a bunch of my talents out of like points that weren't really good into crit chance because I didn't think it would work, but it's generic crit chance. And then I just obliterated him. I had like 5 seconds to spare.
Oh, see, here's the difference. I would keep all of the defensive points and just level up 5 times.
No,
Because-
I'd rather just do it at level 42 for a thing I can't use until when? Hold on. Yeah, I can't use these for 20 levels, so I feel like it was generally worth it.
Definitely. I'm just the sort of person that hates dying. So if I can remove, 1 death, even if it means I have to be 3 levels higher to do something, or 10 levels higher to do something, I will do that. I just want to play the build that face tanks all the enemies.
Okay, I did like 15% before I just got killed by the next one.
Yeah. The next one I can tell you right now is not going to be statistically possible for you in your current gear and level. The fact that you did the 120-ish levels above you, though, your build is very good. But that is a perfect example of why, in some ways, I am the worst person for a new player to ask any question. Because there are just things that I don't think about, like you have too much defense, because for me, it's not ever a thing. I don't have too much defense. I just need to spend more money on my damage. I like how the crab came back immediately into explosion and dead. And yes, you should definitely decide, Snow. Changes 2 to commodity and upgrades. Yes, we're going to get so many commodities here. Beautiful. I'm glad you got it down. I'm sorry the experience was maybe a bit more painful than it needed to be. But having done that, you're now going to find out how non-challenging the story bosses are by comparison.
Oh,
Oh, whoops.
10, dude, every single story boss I walk up to, and it's dead before the cutscene starts, and it's not done talking yet.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, what's happening? Okay, I did do 30% damage to the next one. I actually ran out of time. I didn't die.
That makes sense.
All right, let's see what I can tweak on my build.
This has now become min-maxing how much damage you can get to fight the thing, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I feel pretty confident saying you will not be able to beat the timer on that one. But if you want to see how far you get and go with the expectation that you won't win, go for it.
Oh, I'm gonna go for it. What? Okay. Focus Blessing is a chance to just do double damage. Is Focus Blessing good?
Focus Blessing is good.
Okay.
And double damage is a specific keyworded stat. So it only applies to hits. And essentially it's a second, I don't really want to say critical strike system, because you don't have a way to scale it except on Thea, who has a chance to do quadruple damage. And quadruple damage supersedes double. But it is a way to just do double damage. See, I have no idea how much DPS I do. I just kill stuff. I'm just going to keep killing stuff until it stops working. I do enough that I'm here just confidently doing a God of Machines on the timer for the League
When
mechanic.
something says converts physical damage to cold damage, does that mean it will now take damage from my weapon?
No, that means any source of physical damage your skill has is converted to cold. So if it's
Okay.
not a source already affecting the skill, doesn't matter. We'll see if I can do this. I think I'll have to jump away if a boss, unfortunately. They did not, but they added Spellblade. And they buffed it via quality. Energy Blade is real strong when combined with Spellblade, specifically on an Inquisitor. I have a setup from last league that you can take a look at. Okay. Now we go. Can I make it? I'm totally going to fail this. I was way too greedy. Wait, why are there no Dream Monsters to bonk? Oh, I did it. Dream Monsters successfully bonked. Now we go back and check this. Okay, there's nothing here. No Flame Elementium. That was a last second Dream Bonk there. Upgrades the quality of 1 bubble by 2 tier. Yes. It's the... I forget what I called that video. Cast on crit Energy Blade? Cast anything on crit? Cast on crit Blazing Salvo? One of those things. Also, it's linked below my most recent video, because I referenced it in my best builds of 2023. So the things that you can buy, the Battle Pass, that gives you the advanced auto loot and the new character. You can buy hero traits, or you can wait a bit, play and unlock hero traits for free.
All right, I did tweak a little bit more, and I was probably going to do like 35-ish%, but I am done. I'm now done not actively progressing my character in a meaningful way.
Sometimes it's about the journey, not the destination. Okay, so you can buy the characters, or you can get them for free by playing. You get essentially 1 for free if you play for the entire season. And certain characters aren't available until after the season where they first appeared. Then you can buy
All right,
Trade
what
House
did Arya
booths.
want me to do? Open a golden gate. Gotcha.
Trade House booths, well, rent is probably a better term. They're temporary. You can get them every season. They last the season. You can get inventory expansion. This is permanent. And then you can get different pets with all sorts of different random bonuses. The impact of which kind of depends on the pet. Most of them are not particularly impactful. So that's everything that has a potential impact on the gameplay. The most important thing that I would recommend everyone who's playing the game.
Oh, I also did just add like another like 60 to 80 crit rating on my build, and it turns out critting is very good.
Yes, critting is very good. Let's see, to Black Sail upgrades, changes 1 type to commodity and upgrades, increases the quality of 1 bubble. This doesn't work right because I don't have the... Yeah, I don't have the prismatic thing. Where was I? I lost my train of thought. That's something else. I just never considered the fact that you hadn't already clicked the crit nodes, because I always
because it didn't say like spell crit. I was like, that's weird that this is an option. Alrighty, and I just moved on with my day.
Oh, I feel somewhat responsible for that then.
Tenkiei helped Colin learn Last Epoch. Apparently helped one of my chat members.
Oh, nice. I'm very much looking forward to the launch in February.
I actually put it down in my calendar because I definitely want to go check it out. Like the most important thing for me in the ARPG space is to make it so that I'm ubiquitous in the ARPG space, and that means playing all of them.
Yep. Same, except I kind of want to do that and then be like, oh, and also I play all these other games that aren't ARPGs, by the way.
Oh, I try that every once in a while, and it's just like the 20 people who are into that game show up, and I'm like, that's fine. I just want to play my gosh damn game.
For
Like-
me, it's tough because there's some games that I just really, really like, and I want to make content on them to share the fact that they're awesome and I love them. But then, even if there's a large audience base, it's so different from my audience that no one sees it. Like, I made a review of Armored Core 6. I really had a ton of fun both playing that game and making the review, and it got like 200 views. He cannot hear me talk to chat caps lock.
So there was a little while. It was when like Diablo 4 viewership was just like in the trash. Nobody wanted to see content. And I was like, well, all right, if nobody wants to see content, I'm just going to go play a bunch of games. Like, why not? And I played arguably the worst. I went and looked up the worst rated ARPG on Steam, and I found it, and it was horrible. And I have an entire recorded like full review of the game in a style that I've never really tried before. That I'm just kind of waiting to have free time to put out.
Oh, nice. Sometimes playing terrible games can be fun, and sometimes it is not very fun. Right, let's try this. Is this worth it? That was very much not worth it. But I can get max stream stacks, so it's okay. I played a couple games where I was like, is this going to be good or not? One was Hero Siege, where I went into it thinking, this is probably going to be good because I've heard a lot of good things. And it was a very bad experience. The other was Torchlight 1, where I was surprised at how good the experience was when I expected it to be clunky because of the game's age and because I found Torchlight 2 to be clunky.
I need to look up what the game I tried was. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Torchlight felt good to pilot, like the original.
There was a little bit of jank here and there, but overall it felt very good.
The game I played was, oh god, what was it called? Overlord, Fellowship of Evil.
Oh no.
Like the original Overlord games, no joke, which were like 7 and 10 years older than this thing, because this thing came out in like 2013 or 15. It looked like a PlayStation 1 game that was trying to capture Gauntlet Legends. And the graphics were worse than the original like video game in this collection.
Oh no, that's very bad.
The combat was you could either do a heavy attack or a basic attack, and you could dodge. So being a speedrunner, I basically just spent the entire time trying to like find ways of glitching out of the game, which I succeeded at actually I found a whole bunch of speedrunning tech for it, where like jumping backwards was faster and got you higher elevation than dodging forwards. So you could buffer inputs to jump backwards and then turn around mid-jump to keep running forwards while the cooldown was going off to be able to accelerate. And then if you hit, I mean, like typical old games, if you hit an angle of an incline, the game can't really register how to move you. So you would end up just climbing above objects in the game and then kind of free floating until it found space below you for you to fall onto. So I broke one of the puzzles by like running up the corner of a bridge and then back evading far enough so that when I landed and died, it spawned me in the next part of the game. Because I had hit an invisible checkpoint. Sadly, I hadn't activated the bridge, so I actually soft locked myself.
Oh no.
So I had to find another bridge to basically do that over and get past the next checkpoint, which worked eventually. It just took me an hour.
Yeah, I found something kind of like that when I tried the Enshrouded demo, where there were definitely some walls you were not supposed to climb up, but they were slightly angled, and I realized I could jump against the angle and it would just boost me up a little bit and a little bit. So before I even had the grappling hook, I was exploring this area that I was not supposed to be in at all, because I just jumped up a wall for fun.
That was honestly like fun enough for me to like, because I finished the game, but God, it was rough, dude.
I could
And
not finish Hero Siege. It felt like someone looked at Diablo 2 and said, I don't understand why people like this game, but I'm going to copy it anyway, because people like it. There were so many systems that just didn't make sense, like they had set items. And apparently I picked a class for whom the set items are terrible, so you just don't get damage unless you farm these extremely rare satanics. But nothing in the game would make you think that the set items are going to be so bad that you have to farm the satanics, or that, some classes just aren't viable. And the other really weird thing was they had this jump system, and it didn't really soft lock you, but it just got you stuck all the time. And so half the time when I was going through a zone, I would just get stuck. But also enemy health doesn't reset when you die. So I realized very quickly that I didn't need to deal with the fact that the game clearly wanted me to grind, because I was on level with enemies all the way through until I beat normal, and then enemies started gaining levels twice as fast as me, because I could just die and go through and fight the boss and burn the boss's health and die and burn the boss's health. And apparently I was supposed to go back and gear farm, but nothing in the game actually made sense to do that, because I could just keep going forward and dying. It just led to a very miserable gameplay experience.
that's no bueno.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. It went from a game that was like 90% positive on Steam to 90% negative. So it was definitely not just me. I can't say it was the worst experience I had trying an ARPG, though. The worst experience I had was an ARPG called Magic Legends.
Magic Legends. Like Magic the Gathering Legends?
Yes, like Magic the Gathering Legends.
Interesting.
They made this game, and are you familiar with like Star Trek Online?
Yes.
So the developer Cryptic that made that made Magic Legends.
Should I have a takeaway from that?
All of their games are basically copy pastes of Star Trek Online.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah, with varying levels of adaptation, but a lot of the core systems, they just found a formula and copy pasted it. And the problem with that is it doesn't really work for a Magic the Gathering themed game to reskill an MMO that is completely different.
Yeah.
Where in Magic you have cards. And so they're like, you have cards in Magic Legends, but you get a deck of them that is rolled randomly, and then you have to find card shards in the world or buy the flash sales of card shards.
Oh no. I'm vomiting.
Yup. And there weren't really draw effects. Yeah, sometimes, unfortunately, weird codes get put in the chat, and then I press the Ben button and the weird codes go away. And there was just so many weird things about that. Because the other thing was, it looked like a mobile game. And it didn't play like one. It played like a console game. And I don't mean in a good way either. I mean they developed this for another platform, then clearly last minute ported it to PC and didn't think about a bunch of things. And I like the idea of cards in a deck being your power and randomly cycling through them. Because the first From Software game I ever played, Lost Kingdoms 2, was exactly that. But in that, different card types had their own unique identities. In this, they tried to normalize the cards so that it's like, well, this is a burst spell, so they all have the same damage. So that, you buy the one with a higher rarity because the shards are rarer and you're more likely to pick it up on a flash sale. And they had this weird meta progression system that I didn't know was required to drop loot in the world. So I just wasn't getting good items because I hadn't waited on the time gating of a meta progression system. I was playing the game too much. It's like, what have you done? None of this is good. And that was, I think, the last game that Cryptic made before they were sold to Embracer, which...
Damn.
Hopefully they're doing better now, but I don't think the Perfect World Group was giving them very good working environments.
I just like you didn't progress the meta world. Like, the meta world has not progressed. You can't get loot.
Yeah, I was stuck at like blue rarity loot, and so I thought that stuff didn't exist. And after I made my review, someone was like, oh yeah, it's because you didn't do this. It's like, well, I only played it for a couple days. Why would I have done that? Like, it takes something like 18 hours of real time. Also, rip, I died not paying attention. It was pretty bad. I played a little of Star Trek Online, and I kind of lost interest pretty quickly because the monetization stuff was too blatant. But it feels like a lot of that got ported over directly into Magic Legends. I need to fix my erosion res to fix those deaths.
Unironically, I think the only good Magic the Gathering game that has existed that isn't just play the card game on a platform was Chandelar for Windows 95.
I haven't played that one.
Oh, it's such like an insanely unintuitive and arcane, like the systems in the game are like draconian. It's like, it's insane. You never know what you're supposed to be doing at any given time, and you'll get quests and it'll be like, find my brother to the south, and I'll be like, okay, and then you're just going, and then the quest runs out and you don't know why you have failed. It's great. It's so good.
Oh, that sounds like it could be a very fun experience, and it could be like a soul-crushing experience, depending on the player.
The thing that I really liked about it, because when I was a kid, I wasn't like smart enough to really understand Magic. Also, keep in mind, like, if you play Magic today, you have to remember the rules of Magic back in the day for it to like make sense, like how damage stack work and mana burn and all of that. But you could just get lucky. Your base deck could be good enough that you could be doing like endgame content from the jump. And like, the idea is that like you have to go around and you have to kill one of like every primary color leader. So you have to go kill the lady in the necropolis for black, and like, she's gonna have a deck that has a lot of Sengir vampires in it, and those were really good back then. But like, they could just get screwed in their card draw. You could just get very good card draw. And because Magic was fairly simple at that time, it could just be you swing with enough stuff to kill them. And there was like something so good. Like, I just sat here fighting that guy, right? For like, what, an hour? Because if I get lucky, I will beat this thing. That's like my favorite thing to do in video games. That's why I like FromSoft so much. And this was just like, if I keep, because once you die, you're dead. Like, you lose the game. So it's like, okay, if I just keep reloading and running into a random direction and getting lucky on like random loot drops, I will have a deck that can go win. Sick.
Oh, okay. It's almost a proto roguelike then.
Oh, this was straight up roguelike. Yes.
Okay. I do quite enjoy roguelike games because they introduce that critical failure state in a way where it doesn't feel bad to critically fail.
Yes. Yeah, I guess I didn't really describe it. So like Chandelar is effectively an open world procedurally generated Magic the Gathering adventure roguelike, where it's a deck builder. Obviously, there is a primary story, but there's an overworld where you run through and you can find things that give you in-game currencies to be able to like get cards, obviously, right? And
Yeah.
then there are like towns where like there will be quests which will either give you options for cards or give you again the currencies. I can't quite remember how they work. And it's completely a roguelike. Absolutely. Because it's just procedurally generated worlds as far as I can remember.
Okay. That reminds me a little bit of Lost Kingdoms 2. It wasn't a roguelike and it wasn't procedurally generated, but it had kind of a similar gameplay loop of you wanted to build up your deck and get different cards and combine and evolve them to take on the ever increasing scale of bosses, where eventually you're just fighting gods, because of course you are. And it's very early From Software combat. I don't remember it being a particularly easy game, but I do remember you had certain cards that were summon types. And during the animation of the summon, you were invulnerable. So there were certain fights that were really tough, like the Blue Dragon, where what I would always do is I would make sure that I used 3 or 4 summon cards in a row to just chain invulnerabilities and defeat it. And it was really fun to figure stuff like that out. It's also the only game that I have played of that type with gameplay like that. I'm like, From Software, when is Lost Kingdoms 3 coming out? Or I guess these days it would probably be called Rune 3, but yeah, when is it coming out, please?
A slightly higher version of a unique belt I'm already using? Yes, thank you.
The other card RPG hybrid game that I played a lot when I was younger is Baten Kaitos, Eternal Wings in the Lost Ocean.
I do not know this.
That's because you didn't have a GameCube. Though
This weird GameCube elitism needs to go.
No, that's not elitism. It's just that was a GameCube exclusive. Lost Kingdoms was, I believe, PlayStation 2 and GameCube. But I'm pretty sure Baten Kaitos was GameCube exclusive. They did just release a remake for the Switch, though. It's just that for that era, the GameCube was the only console that I had, so all the things I know from that time are GameCube games.
Oh, yeah, sure. That makes sense.
There's another game, there was a little bit later. I'm trying to remember what it was called. For the Xbox 360. I think it might have been an early Platinum Games title. Wild Arms.
I do not know Wild Arms.
It was this, honestly, almost Persona-esque JRPG. I'm pretty sure it was by Platinum. That was pretty fun.
Chat says that game was weird. What was the conceit?
The conceit was you were trying to save the world, and you were an emo anime boy, because of course you were. And it wasn't quite Waifu Collection, but it was definitely going in that direction, where you had to power up your character by fusing with these things. I'm describing it very poorly because this is all half-remembered stuff from like 10 years ago. And so, yeah, I remember enjoying it. I remember the vagueness and that it was very weird, and I don't remember the details much. I'm going to Google and see if it was Platinum. Wild Arms? Oh, it wasn't actually Platinum Games. Never mind. It was MediaVision, Sony Interactive Entertainment, WFS, Contrail, and Production IG. And that explains why it was so anime, because Production IG is just straight up an anime studio. Kind of like how UFO tables worked on a lot of the recent Tales games. So they're always super anime, to be honest, but they're very much in UFO tables style.
I just found out that you can dash down terrain.
Yes. Certain terrain with certain skills. What was another? Oh yeah, there was the Last Remnant too. I think that's what it was called. Where that is the first game that I legitimately rage quit after getting really, really far in it. Because it had a very early version of a dynamic difficulty system. And what I did not know is if you grind too much, not only does it punish you, it straight up makes the game unwinnable. So as you level up, the enemies in the world level up. And there's a boss near the end of the game that has an insta-kill move. And if you leveled him up too much, he would just spam his insta-kill move. And you could only resurrect one person a turn. And so you'd resurrect one party member and another party member would die. And you'd resurrect and die and resurrect and die. Then you'd make the game functionally unwinnable. Because I also believe he had an AoE wipe that he'd eventually use and you just poof. Yes, Soul Rend of Reaping should be a good choice for Energy Blade.
I love games where it's just like, that's just what games were back then, so you just kind of had to like suck it up and deal. But nowadays you're kind of sitting there like, I get what you were going for. Did you not try it yourself?
I think they very much underestimated players' desire to grind. Because if you didn't grind a lot, it would actually be really easy. But if you were too grindy and you're, really trying to do 100%, basically you get to a point where you cannot win the game. Because I remember getting to one of the last bosses. It's like, I've collected all the generals, I've defeated all the things, I have the magic MacGuffins, and I'm going to kill God like you do in JRPGs. Oh, never mind, God is going to kill me. And that is not the intended ending of the game. And there are some games that will do that to you, but it is intended. That's a little different. Like, knowing that and going into a game like that, it would be frustrating, but I don't think I'd rage quit. Whereas this, it was just so out of the blue that I was like, oh, I hate this, and I can't go back.
I hate this forever. Thank you, game.
Yeah. Because while I haven't played the Drakengard games, I've heard the endings to those are very, very brutal. And that's just Yoko Taro being like, I'm going to troll the player base. He's made like the Nier series. And he is
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he's well known for being a troll. And so in that case, it's like, okay, I get it. Which reminds me, I really need to play the Nier Replicant remake because it looks awesome.
Oh, you know what? Let's go all the way back. Nier is one of those games where I should probably have played it by now and just haven't.
Oh, yeah. That's something that I probably should have played more, but haven't. I played a little of Nier Automata years and years and years ago when it first came out, and I had to refund it because it would crash literally every minute. Like, open a menu, game crash. Play, game crash. I couldn't beat the tutorial because you can't save till after you beat the tutorial. And on one hand, part of it was just me being bad, but most of it was the game would not let me complete the tutorial without crashing. Luckily, I've heard on Replicant that isn't an issue. Yeah, that's another. I should definitely find time to play it. Or I guess make time to play it because I'm not going to find time. I'm always going to be busy with something else if I let myself just be busy.
Yeah. I mean, that's just reality.
But then going back to yesterday's discussion, Near Replicant is the sort of game where I'm like, I know I'm going to really love this, so I'm going to save it until later, aka always save it and never watch it or play it. I've done it with shows too. There's definitely some shows where I'm like, I've heard this is really, really, really good and I'll really love it, so I'm going to save it till later. And I never actually end up watching it. This whole topic of difficult games or, frustrating games brings up something that I've been thinking about for a while, and I should probably make a video on, but I just haven't, which is, I wouldn't call it ludonarrative dissonance, but a similar feeling where the game's tone in terms of how it presents its difficulty is jarringly different from the game's actual difficulty in a way that turns me off of the game entirely. And D4 did this in season 1, where the way the game presented its difficulty throughout most of the gameplay and the way the game was actually difficult in Nightmare 100 ended up completely turning me off of the game because it was just such a jarring shift. I don't mind if a game is easy, and I don't mind if a game is hard. But what I don't want is for a hard game to tell me it's easy or for an easy game to tell me it's hard.
I could definitely agree with that. I think that's probably one of Diablo 4's like current weak points that I think they've been addressing is filling in the gap between the various states of progression.
Yes. I think in season 2 they've done a much better job of that. And also unifying the difficulty where outside of Uber Lilith, I wouldn't say anything is particularly more well, I guess Abattoir of Zir, but I haven't played that, so I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist because it was a temporary test.
Yeah, that's pure test content.
Yes.
It's like no matter how much they literally said that out loud, it's very challenging to get people to like grasp that concept, but that's pure test content.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with Uber Lilith being jarringly difficult because the game basically tells you, hey, this is the hardest thing you're going to do. Okay, cool. You've told me. But where it really got me in season 1 was the world tier 3 to 4, and then how easy everything was up until trying to do Nightmare 100s. And it was just like,
yeah,
why is this? It goes from I can fall asleep at my keyboard to, oh, from off of my screen, something's just going to one-shot me and I need to have prescience to avoid it.
Yeah, the off-screen one-shots, it's kind of interesting. Sorry, hold on, I am dying.
Sure. Yes, I have Bodox. They want to do it as part of this season, but at the very worst, it'll be part of next season. They don't want to put an official date. They're very close, though, it sounds like.
The off-screen one-shots are this weird... They were a thing that's historically been in the Diablo series, and it's like meant to catch you off guard and then teach you how to play with it. The issue being that I think something that the Diablo games have always failed at is actively rewarding you enough for building to not die to one-shots that is incongruous with the rest of the difficulty and how you need to build your character to play the rest of the content. So in Diablo 2, the off-screen one-shots are from souls, little ghosties that shoot out lightning bolts. And the reason why they're so deadly is because the way that it loads monsters is that they typically all become aware of you simultaneously. And a pack of souls is clustered very tightly together. So when they're all simultaneously gain aggro on the target, they all immediately fire off simultaneously. So it's like 8 super high damage variance skill shots that if they touch you, you die. They are the worst. But they're like very similar to like Succubi in Diablo 1, which is like you come around the corner and there's 50 orbs coming at you. And if you take 3 or 4 of them to the chin, you're going to die, kind of regardless of your gear.
Yeah.
So it's like part of the game, and I've never liked it. I don't feel like I'm rewarded for gaining the game knowledge that it's extant, because it doesn't change what gear I put on. Because if I'm a melee character, I'm not all of a sudden going to stack a bunch of damage reduction against distant monsters just to not get one shot. I'm just going to not do the content that has the one-shot monsters in it.
Yeah, and that's the other very problematic thing for Diablo 4. Because you go through different content types that often require very different things from your build, and you also don't have a loadout system to swap between them, it feels very, very weird because you don't get to choose what you're opting into without a lot of extra manual work. And Path of Exile does not do a perfect job of this, but it does a better job because you can build your character in such a way that off-screen one-shots are never a thing. And you can control the content you're doing in such a way that off-screen one-shots are basically never a thing. Though it sounds like Path of Exile 2 is going to do an even better job, because they said they've added a physics system to projectiles. And if a projectile is traveling from off the screen, it will hit the ground before it hits your character. So you'll have to have forward momentum to get off-screened. Which is an interesting way to only make things interactable when you can see them. But also, the player's skills are affected by this as well, which means you won't be off-screening enemies either.
Interesting. Yeah. If I'm doing God progression again in the talent tree, I'm Goddess of Knowledge. I currently have Magister in the base. Do I just keep picking up the rest? Like, do I do Arcanist and Elementalist?
You can keep picking up the base for your third, or alternatively, you can go to a very different type. So in this case, you could just go with a base, or you could go over to Goddess of Deception, for example, and pick up something there for skill duration. For your build, I wouldn't do that. That's just a theoretical example.
Yeah.
For your build specifically, the ones that come to mind are in God of War Ranger, which is the critical focus tree.
That's what I was looking at.
Marksman, which is the projectile focus tree in Goddess of Hunting. Or something like Steel Vanguard, which is a very defensive focused tree that focuses on buffs and auras and resistances. Warlock is also very good and is quite generic, but it's more of a cooldown based thing and you're not doing too much cooldown stuff. And that's why I wouldn't advise it for your setup. But if you're playing Thea with the same build, then Thea heavily benefits from cooldown, so it would be a good choice.
Okay.
Yeah, ED Contagion was an example, and even Tornado Shot now. Those are examples where maybe players are too good at interacting with enemies. All right, let's fight a boss. I'm level 87. This has been going very, very well. Well, Voss is walking over there instead of hitting me. God damn it, hit me. If you have two, I would go with one of the Theas, personally, just because they're good for a wide variety of builds. And then for the other, I would save it until you find something that you really want to play. Where you go, oh, this build looks really, really fun. I think I'll like it, and unlock based on that. Right. I've unlocked another time mark 6. It's 2 time mark 6s. Get all of these. I like how it's 30% erosion res is the thing holding me back. Ooh, 70%. Oh, and I won the coin flip. Now I just need enhancement stuff. Make all of my bubbles better.
I'm sorry. Did the evil lady that they keep calling the mystery man, and I can't tell if this game is just like super awesome about trans inclusivity or if it's just a localization problem, but did this person just throw my cool crow lady, who I think is my girlfriend, into the sun and spawn a dragon?
Yes, the mystery potentially man did do that. And as for, is it inclusivity or translation? I don't know. I have not paid enough attention to the story to know if there's actual, official support there. I'm just going to go with its inclusivity until I hear otherwise, because why not? Because that did happen with, I forget what game, but I think it was a Japanese game where originally it was a translation thing and the devs were just like, you know what, we're chill with this. Cool. It's now canon. That I don't actually know. Maybe I'll try to pay attention more to the story to tell, but probably not, to be honest with you. Probably not going to pay too much attention to the story. For a world where you're summon ice spirit, as in you are Iris, and you are using both ice spirit and ice imbue. And you are a minion build. Is there ever a world? Yes, generally speaking, you would not do that. Because most of the time, you just scale the minion on a minion build. Also, I feel like it would be quite awkward to do that on Iris, so I wouldn't... I guess at low levels, there is the, explodey stuff, but in general, it doesn't. It would be, you have to use the minion to get things low, and I'm trying to remember if there's something you can use to stop your minions from killing stuff.
Hold on, mystery person's name is Daisley?
I'll be honest, I didn't know that, which probably shows you how little I pay attention to the lore.
It just it went from Mystery Man as the title of the character's captioning, and it just said Daisley, and I'm like, wait a minute, who's Daisley?
I would assume yes, the mystery person is Daisley. See, I'm learning new things about Torchlight lore. Heralds do not affect
I've gotten
minions in
so
battle.
many awesome bows and crossbows and guns, and I'm like, cool. Yep, that's definitely it. Thank you.
To be fair, one of the strongest builds on Gemma is a gun build. It's a gun-based ignite stacking build. I've definitely given myself a life loss for eternity buffs again.
Wait, hold on. That's it? That's the credits of the campaign?
Yes.
We're in the end game, boys. Let's go.
Not quite. Now you have to do the campaign filler.
No. What if I say no?
It won't let you not do it. So in Path of Exile, heralds are buffs on you. They do not apply to your minions. But there are ways to keep your minions from killing enemies.
I'm talking to a person named Zach the Hunter, another realm mentor. And he sure says, "You're here, brave hunter of Torchlight and loyal crow." Sir, who are you talking to? Which crow, sir?
I don't know. That's a very good question. Okay, yes, auras do apply. But Icy Imbue is not an aura, it's a herald. Yes, Frigid Domain very much does apply. Although Frigid Domain would apply regardless, because like Path of Exile's Pride aura, it affects enemies, not allies.
So do I have to, is Netherrealm Invasion the filler you're talking about?
Yes. Basically, it mimics the Netherrealm gameplay by having you clear a bunch of the zones again. Also, fun fact, that dragon that Arya got fed to / turned into / born a god from, that is the final boss of Torchlight 1.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I did just realize that. Did you watch Avatar, The Last Airbender? Chat member is just like, wait, hold on, Arya isn't following us anymore. It's time to riot. And I'm like, yeah, dude. It turns out your girlfriend turned into a god, and that's rough, bud. Which is Sokka just being like, yeah, so my girlfriend turned into a moon.
Yeah. That's good.
That's rough, bud.
Yeah. Yes, that does prevent it from being affected by anything main skill, but you don't need main skill modifiers for it.
When your main attack skill causes a critical strike, trigger one non-channeled spell skill linked to this skill. How do you link a skill?
So you would put that in where your auras go, and then you would add supports, and it links. Link just means supported by. The lightning's so good. Pewie's doing a spirit system, and their links are now on active skill gems. So items have sockets. You put gems in the sockets. Your gems then have their own sockets for supports. And for auras, instead of reserving mana, you spend spirit. No more 6-linking armor. Instead, you 6-link your skill, and it's going to be, or 6-socket your skill, and it's going to be similar levels of rarity. Ooh, double commodity. Upon entering, gain that have been removed. No, we're going to do this.
All right, help me out here. What would be good to link to triggered on critical strike for my Ice Lance build? Just so I can like envision what this is supposed to do.
So you would replace your Ice Lances with something like, let's just say, Savage Charge. Then you would link Ice Lances to cast on critical strike. Because Ice Lances is a spell, and you would need your main skill to be an attack to then crit with that and trigger the spell.
Oh, it does say main attack skill. Oh.
Yep.
Okay. And the idea being that realistic, like you can hit 100% chance to crit, right?
Very easily.
Okay, so the idea is that you now get to use your primary skill. Like, I get to use my primary spell for free while getting the benefit of whatever skill I'm critting with.
The benefit is you get to ignore cast speed. Because the trigger has a cooldown. I'm not responsible for your nugget-related decisions, but congratulations on your 40 nuggets.
So for me right now, this seems very bad.
Yes, for you right now, it is very bad.
Oh, I'm glad I picked it, and I'm glad we got there.
Yep, it's a specific build archetype. Oh, I left some stuff alive back there. All right, we'll backtrack a little. Oh, that's big. So far, I have not found any Queen's Grace, which is interesting. The whole aura thing is a system developed by Path of Exile, which now is influencing several other ARPGs.
Sorry, repeat that?
The aura system, the passive skills, that's lifted from PoE.
Gotcha.
And then for Path of Exile 2, they're changing it up again, where instead of your auras reserving mana, your auras are going to have a special resource called Spirit. Because otherwise, you either can't have mana costs on your skills, or you have players that will make themselves miserable, because they will reserve 99.99% of their mana, then complain that they're constantly out of mana, because they have to use these auras, because these auras give them bigger damage numbers.
I mean, that's what I would do.
Admittedly, it's what I'm doing right now, so I'm part of the problem, but I'm not actually running out of mana, so it's fine.
Hey, whatever you need to tell yourself, I'm not here to judge you.
I have about 50 unreserved mana at the moment, and the rest is all just auras.
Oh, I got energy shards.
Yes, energy cores.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
They are used to reroll the amount of energy on your gear. So if you have something that has 10 energy out of 60, and you use energy cores, then it re-rolls and you get, 42 next time. Or you get 6 next time. It's random. Oh, hey, Alex.
Okay. Oh, and like the weapons I'm picking up now have energy too.
Yes.
Okay, now we're getting there.
See if I can stand in this. Oh, I totally can. Whoa.
Man, this
I could
game
not.
is complicated.
Yeah, it's, I would say, less complicated than PoE, but more complicated than most other ARPGs. Also, Alex says hi.
Hey, what it do, Alex? Alex can't just come say hi to me. How dare he? It's messed up.
No, apparently he has to chill in my chat.
Hey, look, that's reasonable. I get it, but okay, interesting.
No, go say it to him yourself. Ooh. I wonder if this works. Let's go replicate instead. And now we go into the dream. Oh, right, I gave everything energy shield, so I can't one bonk it anymore. They did change the Seal Whisper pool, yes. Most of the basic mechanics of how Black Cell Pirates work are the same, though. I feel like there's going to be... Yes, the blue enemies are all over in the area that I hadn't gone. It's okay, though. We can go over here and bonk them all. All right. Easy upgrades. Because even though I'm changing commodity to commodity, which I wonder if there's protection on that. Interesting question. Well, I am very soon going to be fighting the Traveler, which, to use a D4 analogy, would be about equivalent to unlocking World Tier 4, I'd say. Maybe a little past. Maybe like you...
Kill the Traveler.
Yeah. He's definitely going to die. Maybe it'd be more like unlocking like Nightmare 30-ish, but something like that. The point where you get to do all the endgame farming activities, but you're not really in the endgame yet.
How much filler do I have to do to get to the endgame activities?
I forget how many zones it is. I think it's something like 20 zones, but you can just speed through them and rush to the boss. Basically, the goal is to get you to about level 58.
So as we're talking about this, just a shadow dwarf showed up and he's like, "Do you want another progression system?" And now I'm in a new UI called Corrosion.
Yes. Corrosion is a way to gamble on your items to make them better or make them worse. In general, it's more of an endgame system, so I wouldn't worry about it too much right now, because the Emberon cores used are fairly rare. This is another thing lifted from Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, you have what's called a Vol Orb, where you corrupt an item that modifies it unpredictably. It has a chance to make it much better by adding a corrupted implicit. It has a chance to turn it into a random piece of junk. In Torchlight, it can't actually turn your item into a completely random piece of junk, so there's a little bit less risk. But it can elevate existing modifiers, making them very powerful, so Corrosion is particularly valuable for legendaries that have fixed stats. Oh, apparently someone in my chat said that you get a free Corrosion during the story, and so if you got that, you might as well use it. If it asks for Emberon cores, I wouldn't spend those, but if you don't need them, go ahead. Corrode a
Oh,
legendary.
it rolls a random one of them, and then the effects of them are random?
Yes. And then there's a secondary version of Corrosion that can add 2 elevated modifiers. That requires materials for defeating the pinnacle version of Keegan.
Okay. The guy just laughed at me. I guess I have slightly more damage on my belt now.
Yeah, sounds about right. Ooh, that's so good. I think I'm going to get too much loot from my next dream. It's time to fight a Watcher. Oh, I shouldn't let those explode on me. They don't seem to do damage. Probably shouldn't let it bonk me. I'm the bonker. There we go. That's a nice bonk. All right, Thunder Wastes. Gonna get some more Nether Realm Resonance so I can keep spamming things for more loot. And we're going into the Nightmare. Yes. Even if that kills me, it was worth it because I got the loot. Oh, this is going to probably heal from the massive damage. Yes, exactly. It healed from the massive damage. That's fine because it's only once per monster and then they will actually die to the massive damage. You know, I don't know if that lightning was my lightning hitting enemies or enemies lightning hitting me. I saw numbers popping up. I couldn't tell if that was me blocking it all or it damaging everything around me. Which is pretty good. I hesitate to say broken, because I think Gemma Icefire is still stronger, but she's pretty good and really fun. Wait, is it going to be able to charge me up here? I don't think it will. Ah, I broke the nightmare. You know, I just realized I've been using Leap Attack this entire time instead of Spiral Strike. Whoops. Oh, that definitely shouldn't have hit me. I call shenanigans. All right, I'll let that go past. Pull the other enemies in. But I believe this one will always spawn a boss. Wait, it teleported really far. You know, it's hard for me to tell. So you hear no music because bad things will happen if there is. The YouTube robots will get very angry if there is music. All right, so I have to kill this now. And be very careful about the unending nightmare. As for will this hold up in T8? In my gear, no. But in actual gear, I think yes. Because right now I am literally wearing trash. Half of which is level 30. Yeah, but if they do that, then YouTube... Or if I do that, then YouTube won't be able to hear Mac. So I can't actually do that. Nightmare done. Gonna just take a picture here. Oh. Hello, Don the Crown. Welcome on in, everyone. Hey. How's it going? Are you playing some Torchlight Infinite? It's been way too long, I'm ashamed to admit. I remember back in the day you played quite a bit of Path of Exile, then you played some New World, and I don't remember what after that. But how have you been? Well, how are you liking the game so far? I'm not quite at the Time Mark 8 stuff yet. I've just been kind of dawdling, going slow, testing things, but I'm having fun, and my build's definitely going to smash Time Mark 7. Oh, yeah, Lost Ark, okay. I played a little bit of Lost Ark. Didn't end up keeping up with it as long as I thought I would. Mostly because all the friends I was playing with at the time quit. And for me, that's the sort of game where I play it with friends or I don't play it at all. And yes, Dammy, unfortunately, there is a bug with the auction house currently where items that are expired are showing up. Hopefully that'll be fixed soon. New World was pretty brutal too, though for different reasons. For reasons involving oversized sausages and the trading being disabled. That meme of it's been 0 days since we've had to disable trade due to a dupe was unfortunately way too true for New World. You picked a good season to try Torchlight Infinite. The last two, the devs have really focused on improving the gameplay experience, and I think they've done an excellent job of it. Yep. And I don't know if they've added Endgame. I have not kept up at all with New World. I liked a lot of the concepts they're going for. It just felt like the execution fell flat. Which, that happens with a lot of MMOs. Because it's hard to launch a new MMO without content. Lost Ark luckily benefited from having all of the content and development from Korea. So even though it was launching as a new game in the West, it wasn't really new.
What is an elemental fusion component?
That is a hero item. So if you hit H, you will be able to socket hero relics and hero memories.
Got it.
Yep. You need a relic with engram slots, and then you put the memories in the engram slots on your relic.
Got it.
See how this goes. There's no way this goes well. Oh, okay. I was expecting the boss to do more damage, and I keep forgetting that I am the threat here, not these bosses. Additional beacons. That'll be nice. So what build are you playing, Don? I'm going to guess melee, but there's a lot of different melee options. Train, maybe? Are you a train enjoyer?
Is there a reason to have above 100% chance to crit?
Not that I can think of, no. There's certain stats where additional stats can be used by a specific legendary item, but I don't think crit's one of them.
Where do I see my crit chance?
If you hit B, and then on the second page of the info, it'll go over a whole bunch of stats like crit strike rating, etc. That is a rough way to see it. The more accurate way to see it is just hit the dummy a little bit, because if the yellow numbers are popping up, you're critting. And if there are no yellow numbers, you are not critting. Rage Train. Yep, that makes sense. Really good starter build. So 100% chance to upgrade for every empty slot. So there's 10, so I can't use this, unfortunately. Oh, wait. How do I... Oh, that's a small, unfortunate thing. Oh, you can't reroll on this screen. Got it. All right. I'm going to do this. Yeah, the upgrade is good if you don't have a lot of empty slots. Oh, it count. Oh, I should have selected it then. I should have read chat before making a decision. Whoops. Because I'd only gotten that option once before. And last time I had a bunch of slots, so it was fine. Yes, I've been pretty consistently getting near full as well. Also probably my fault for failing at reading. In comparison to the last two meta progression systems they had, so they have the Avarice Code, which is meta progression for the cube, and then they have the Psalms of Eterna, which is the meta progression for Eterna. In comparison, I like this meta progression system a lot better because it's a lot easier to understand, where to go in it to get what you want. And also the pace of unlocking feels really good. Where you don't get everything all at once, but it also doesn't feel like it's going to take so long that it's unachievable. Dude, poor Milky. He tried so hard to unlock that only to find out it was impossible. You get the exterior points by just getting enough points to fill out the inner. So I think this pauses. It goes inner, outer, inner, outer. I believe right now, yeah, I need one exterior point. So when I next get a point, which will be in 4 more encounters, I'll select something like the Malice Petal here and level it up. And then I'll be able to unlock the next inner point, which is Lone Blossom. I have, of course, only clicked the loot bonuses because it's loot. Okay. One downside of streaming is I only get to pay half attention to what I'm doing. Well, these are basically the same. All right, so let's just do this one and hope that we don't get root teleporting later. So far, because I'm playing Rosa, I haven't really worried too much about the damage yet. I'm sure as I keep progressing, especially in Time Mark 8, I'm going to be like, I need the damage. Luckily, you can just respec easily. Hey, and now the new hero is really good. I wouldn't say she's bad at all. I gave everything energy shield so I can't one bonk it again. Oh well, it's fine. Just gotta group harder.
All right, I've now clicked 3 Statues of War, and it's never done anything. I click this thing, I get a buff.
Yes.
What do I then go do with it?
Kill lots of monsters. You have to kill the monsters fast enough to trigger the next stage of a buff. And the buff gives you, I think it's speed, damage, and area of effect. One person is playing Splitting Steel Energy Blade. Now that's a combo. That man is a gamer.
Oh, that got real PoE real quick.
When you actually got some of the buffs?
Yep.
Yes. I would not describe this character as slow. I would describe this character as quite fast. But remember, you are watching me play with level 30 gear in Time Mark 6. So I don't know what you're expecting. Well, okay, I don't have all level 30 gear, but I definitely have some pieces that I should replace. All right, done. Thank you very much for stopping by, and get some well-deserved rest. I couldn't quite tell how Frostbitten would turn out, because it just depends on how reliably you can capitalize on all the buffs. No, Nightmare this early. Oh, that's so bad. All right, well, that means my earlier misplay of... Oh, wait. not upgrading the bubbles wouldn't have mattered because the nightmare triggered so early that it was a 10% chance. That's fine then. See, by making the incorrect choice, I actually secretly made the correct choice because I knew I would get screwed over by the random chance to enter the nightmare. I love it when the roots are stacked. I also love it when my little guy distracts the nightmare horror thing. Armor is really strong. And yes, it does reduce both physical and non-physical. It doesn't quite reduce all damage types. It reduces all damage elements. It still does not apply to damage over time. Yep. Can I pull this off? Yes. Sometimes you can use terrain to cheese the advent of nightmare. Then sometimes the advent of nightmare uses terrain to cheese you. Right, there we go. We did all the damage. Gonna just dash through like that. No. I want this guy to stay still. There we go. Easy freeze. This is going to be such a disappointing one. Yep. Stacking armor on Iris for extra defenses is a good idea. I would do it. Wait. Stacking armor usually refers to using it for damage. If you are using armor for your defenses, it's a good idea. If you are stacking armor for damage, it isn't a good idea. You shouldn't ever be able to kill the nightmare, I don't think. Not the immortal one, anyway. Also, I don't think it would drop anything. It's just to slow you down and make you play around something. So close. Ooh. Do you mean the other nightmare boss? Because there's another nightmare boss that's like the invincible one. That isn't the invincible one. That spawns right at the end. But I don't think I've... Wait, he can... Okay, I've never seen him become attackable when the nightmare ends. Oh, wait, is that a dream bubble thing? That... Or dream node thing? Doesn't appear to be. That's not something I've encountered. I guess I'll just have to keep playing. Wait, have I just never been killing him because I saw him get frozen and always just collected my loot and left? Oh no. I will test it after this nightmare and we will see. This is good. Let's see. For every 3 black sail, for every... Whenever the quality changes additionally. Okay. I mean, I'll just have to test. Because I've definitely seen him get frozen. I've seen a different nightmare, but I haven't seen that specific one become attackable for me. More testing and knowledge is required. We'll get to the bottom of it soon. Yeah, damage is not an issue for Iris. She should have basically all the damage. It is 100% that you need to keep yourself alive. In fact, if I remember, last season, Iris was getting to hit cap, i.e. her minions were hitting so hard that they physically couldn't hit any harder. Which basically means you could drop a significant portion of damage and completely destroy everything in the game by just focusing in on more and more and more defenses. All right, 2 tiers up. There we go. Now I need more bubbles. Ideally, I want to duplicate. That would be Zen. Yeah. I don't have a guide on Iris, but next time I talk to him, I'll very much pass that along to Zen. There we go. 8 out of 8. It's traveler time, I believe. I say I believe because I haven't 100% double checked if this is the last thing I need. Because keeping track is hard. At least when not paying attention. Adds additional dream layers, lowers the chance for an advent of nightmare. So the advent of nightmare means the dream comes to an end. Adding additional layers is where it goes from, I think it's 50 to 100 without that. And then with it, it's 50 to 70 to 90 to 100. But on the 50, for example, you can just trigger the advent of nightmare anyway. I've never reached level 100 because eventually I'd just rather do content that will kill my character too frequently. Yes, more juice. Exactly. But you can get to from like 92 to 95 relatively easily. All right, I have to do the Voidland stuff first. All right, so we're not quite at the Traveler. But we'll get there soon. And if you keep dying in T7 and you're 92 and you really think you'll benefit from the EXP, what I would do is I would go down to T6 for a bit. Or alternatively, if you have them, you can use EXP pets. The ones that specifically remove the EXP death penalty. As for how many hours, I don't know. I play the game for a couple days and I'm level 95. That's about all I remember. I will see if I'm dying. I have low enough life that I could very well be dying. They did change quite a bit about Black Sail last season, I believe. So yes. And overall made it much, much better. Let's see. Change of the type to commodity and upgrades. Right. We've now... Oh, that... Right. Oh, God damn it. Paying attention to the stuff when you're trying to sort icons is a little rough, because everything's all together. It's a kill streak mechanic. You click it, and then you kill as many monsters as you can. Have you played Diablo 3 or Path of Exile, Vodox? Okay, it's Rampage. Yep. Luckily, there's something that makes for a really easy explanation. With the 200% life, these things are starting to have a little bit of a health pool.
So what level are you at now?
I'm at 89. Unfortunately, I have died a couple times recently, which is mostly just because I haven't been paying super close attention to my character. It's the old look over to read chat and dead.
Is there an XP penalty?
Yes. Though at this level it's small enough that it doesn't really matter that much. And now I'm on the last stages before Traveler unlocks, so we're basically there. If you go really fast, you can probably unlock him at like 82, 83, but I'd rather go slow and be over-leveled for it. Also probably going to take a bit of time to upgrade my gear before I fight him, because I am 100% sure that I can afford much better stuff than I'm wearing. Mostly because I'm still wearing trash from the floor from a campaign. And I now have 139 Flame Elementium.
What does afford mean? What is Flame Elementium?
Flame Elementium is the highest tier of crafting currency, which is also mainly what players use for trading, and afford means buy it from other players in this case.
How stingy do I have to be at my crafting mats to like not waste them?
Until you get to Flame Elementium, YOLO. Just use them all. Because you get so many of the lower tier crafting mats that even if you completely run out, 10 minutes later you'll have more.
And what have I been getting from salvaging stuff?
Low tier crafting mats. you've been getting flame dust and flame sand. And flame dust is probably what you'll use to craft right now. In the end game, its only purpose is to get turned into flame sand, really. It is used to rotate divinity slates, but you get literally tens of thousands of it, and you will use hundreds of it. And then flame sand is the lesser endgame currency that you use to craft, pretty decently endgame items when combined with flame elementium, that is the greater endgame currency. 1 to 3 commodity. Let's go. We got 3. Did I get another point? I think I did. I did. More loot. Better nightmares. Black Sail Pirates. Flame Fuel, sure. Level up all these skills to 19. Probably look at my screen a little bit, Getting attacked by pirates. Probably want to look. One thing that I want to try. Oh, I wonder how much it is. I bet I can buy one to try. Let's find out.
So, is every single item that you use in the end game crafted? Or do you drop some of them? Like, are some uniques
you drop...
end game?
Yes, there are some legendaries that are end game. Those you drop. Most of the non-legendary items you will craft. All right, I kind of want to try when the High Court's dog barks. Let's see if there's any decent listings, though. Because I don't want to spend all my money on something that might be a bad idea. Oh, most of these are so bad. There's a lot of them, though, so that's good news. All right. I will probably be able to resell this for profit.
How do I report a corrupted tooltip?
DM it to me.
Yeah.
There's a report system through Discord, but realistically for something like that, in this case, I can help. Note, chat, don't take that as a bring every bug to me thing.
When there's a strong enemy in near a layer of caret EID equals 709, caret wither, caret/E will be acquired.
So there's a hero memory for my character called When the High Court's Dog Barks, and it rolls -25 to -75 Holy Domain Radius, which is my trait-specific skill.
Okay.
I bought an unidentified one because it was the cheapest I found. I identified it, -25.
Ooh, very good.
Yep. And now I'm going to try it. Right, I have to use this for now. So we're going to do this. Block ratio, block. Oh, these are all block ratio. I don't think I need both of these, though. So I'll put the block ratio one here, right? And then because this is all Engram 2 exclusive,
Also, 71 movement speed feels really good.
yes. I don't think I need movement speed anymore. Oh, I definitely don't need movement speed anymore because I've turned my trait skill into a dash. And so now I just spam that. And as long as I don't run out of murderous intent, I should be good. Oh, or I just get completely killed instantly. Maybe instead of just buying experimental things, I should... oh, it's an Eterna enemy. That explains it. Yeah, I should probably upgrade my gear to have actual armor rating so that I don't get beaten to death by enemies. Also, I may have just blindly rolled my map way too rippy to do, which is kind of bad because I was about to level up.
Get good?
Yeah. It's more of use basic reading skills even. It's not even get good. It's use basic reading and don't click the button that probably says have no defenses or something. Well, as long as you don't feel guilty.
How rough is XP penalty?
5% at my current level, which is not very much. I found a problem. When I block, I get minus 55% chance to block on a character whose entire deal is blocking.
Hey, I don't want to tell you your game, but that seems bad for you.
Yeah, it is. Because the EXP will take a couple of minutes to get back, and I don't care at this level. That I'll use the revival tokens once I get to a point where the EXP doesn't just get pretty much instantly restored from the next map. Also, I'm basically just not going to read this ever, so I'm probably going to die a lot more. And if I die like that again, I'm definitely going to take some time to fix my gear. Oh, Advent of Nightmare. I play locked to 60 FPS, so if my FPS was being capped, I wouldn't notice. I do. I have a crafting guide from last season, which is fully up to date for the game's crafting systems, and I'm going to be making a dream interpretation guide very soon. Well, I have the full written guide for dream interpretation on Maxroll already, but I'm going to be making a video guide for dream interpretation very soon. Well, apparently they were all over here. Darn roots. I do like how I'm fast enough that I can just totally outrun the thing. I need to get into the habit. I should probably bind my class skill to 2. The nightmare found me. Oh no. I was hoping it got confused. Sometimes it gets confused. I was going to say, I bet it's over here. That's definitely targeting my minion, which is perfect. Okay. It ran away. It can do that. Oh, I was not paying attention. Whoops. I thought the thing was dead. All right, nightmare's ended. So. Dream has come true, and it despawns. Okay. Well, that explains why I haven't ever killed it before that I can remember. It literally doesn't exist. But there are regular, like, nightmare boss monsters with a similar appearance, so I kind of wonder if that's what's happening. Yeah, people keep saying that, but I haven't seen it personally, and so I'm wondering if it's not one of the other nightmare bosses that look identical to it. I'll have to see. I'll just have to keep doing them until I see it happen for myself, or until I see, like, a video of it happening. Yes, the boss. Because there are also enemies that look exactly like the boss, but aren't the boss. Because that seems like something that I should be talking about, but I need to understand how it works and why it works and all that. There's definitely a new strategy for Black Sail, but because they just added a bunch of Black Sail cards, that I don't know exactly what it's going to be. I mean, if you're asking if you're getting banned because of your name, the question should be, why did you choose that name? Good news is I didn't die that map. So is this the case where you have a name, but you didn't choose it? How did that happen? I feel like there's a story there. I'm curious what that story is. Yeah, I don't have them combined because I don't know how to do that. I'm like the world's worst streamer. I don't know what's going on half the time. All right, let's try this now. Oh. Ooh, that's a downside that I actually care about. Worst case. Well, I have good news for you. If you are worried about getting banned from chats because of your name, you can actually change it now. Does seem like a very drunk thing to do, though. And thank you, Lotador. Slight update for you. I'm now level 90.
Big, big, big.
Yep. Actually, 92 is big because that's when you unlock the extra slots on your divinity slates. But 90 is still a pretty decent achievement, I'd say. Unfortunately, I have been clicking all the things that say extra loot and make all the monsters more dangerous without reading how it makes them more dangerous. Yes, this is a slam build. Yep, a very big, meaty single hits. And then little teeny ones that you don't notice in between. Okay. I guess that was a fair death. I did stand in everything. Yep, and then complain on Reddit when you die. Okay, so add 1 to 3. Cool. Now I want to convert more or add more, because if I can get at least 10 bubbles, then I have a 100% chance to upgrade everything by 2 tiers, which is awesome. Absolute 0. Boss gains movement speed. Well, good thing movement speed's not going to matter at all. Boss doesn't need to move. He just gets bonked for like 20 mil. Talent nodes. Oh, this is the part where I have no idea what I was... Wait. I know why I have no idea, because I wasn't building over there. I was building here, right? Yes. Cooldown recovery speed's interesting. Which also means I can probably grab the points here. Yes, I can. Because I have plenty of these. Cooldown recovery speed gives me better uptime on Bull's Rage and Fixate. All right, I forgot to click modifiers, and so it's much easier. But I still got an FE, so absolutely worth it. I kind of wonder if I can get my defensive skill cooldown to 3 seconds and use the, you basically have a 100% chance to block if you've used it recently with an auto trigger setup. I feel like that's a good way to get 100%, well, not 100%, but the maximum block ratio possible. You know what? I'm going to go with adds 2 instead of adds 1 to 2. Got to go with a guarantee. I'm going to skip might because I just don't like it. It is very hard to get phasing in Torchlight. Certain effects like blur do grant it, but if you aren't able to build into one of his effects, basically no. There we go. Clicked all the loot. Good. Didn't add Vent of Nightmare yet because I want more bubbles. Oh, interesting. There's a small cooldown on the charge part. When there's extra enemies on your screen, it's so easy to just pull them all in with the charge now. Like, look at that. Oh, wait, why did that guy survive? I don't know. Ooh. Bishop's hands. You know, it's not armor, but at least it's got good damage on it. Might try to YOLO craft it a bit. Perfect. Adds 2 commodity bubbles, yes. Crafting project. Physical damage to attacks. That life's good. Attack speed, crit fire res? Maybe? Nah. Erosion res attack speed. Lightning cold double damage. Okay. Let's try this again. Ooh, block ratio's nice. Oh. Nah, I shouldn't keep that. Spell crit rating, nope. Yeah, sometimes you have to go back and level up other zones. I'm going to confirm on that and keep crafting. Fizz to lightning, new. If I was going for an energy shield build, this is actually really, really good. I don't think I'm going to find anything better here before I run out of plasticity. Nope. Okay. So I've got this now. I think that's way better than my current one, because my current one is legitimately terrible. But I'm also not sure if I can... Oh, no. My lightning res won't be capped. That's so unfortunate. All right. Fine. I just wasted time and currency. Oh, well. Maybe someone will buy it for a little bit of money. Wait, did I... Yeah, I put on the right one again. And this is where we get all the loot. Ooh. Oh, Advent of Nightmare. I was really hoping of a 30 it wouldn't do it. So it'll upgrade the bubbles here, but not by nearly as much as I wanted it to. That is very unfortunate. Also, don't mind me nuking my health. It's fine. It's for damage. I should probably stop doing that, or at the very least, I should get some way to recover my health properly, which I fully have access to. Just means fixing my gloves. Instead of asking if you can ask the question, you should probably just ask the question. Ooh. Yes. That was a terrible idea. I should not have pulled all those enemies in. I should have waited for my potion, but it somehow worked. Now I should probably just run around for a second. All right, potion's back. Pop. Now deal with this root. This is where I nuke my health, but it's fine. Will he just freeze? No, I didn't quite kill it in time. There we go. Dream comes true. Couple FE. There we go. Nice and clean. All right. I like how last time that guy completely wrecked me because I couldn't block him, and this time I completely wrecked him because I could. I mean, Man RF looks really good. I think you'll have a good time with that. Oh, look, move speed. All right. I should upgrade some of my gear. Like this. This is not a very good sword. What do I want on a weapon, though? That's the other question. I guess just a big fizz mod and high attack speed. Hey, Cyril, it's going pretty good. How are you? All right, advanced. I always forget that. So we've got one-handed sword. We've got hero's longsword. I don't think I want to go like the dex stack route. I think it's just physical damage to gear. Oh, wait, base affix. Am I doing something wrong with this search? Clearly. I'm not sure. They just showed up automatically for me.
I'm gonna stand up real quick. I'll be back.
Okay. All right, maybe 100% not the best. We should look at like 90 something. I mean, that's not terrible. Oh, this is even better though. I probably should have kept looking, but like that's such a good upgrade. That's such a good upgrade. 450 DPS. Oh, that's what you meant, Surreal. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought when you were talking about that you were referring to not getting the option to upgrade them. I have played trappers and miners before in PoE. What's better for mapping? Probably a miner at this point. Trapper, you can't really... Well, with Sunblast, you can do the trap duration stuff. But it's a lot harder to do trap duration stuff than it used to be. What else can I upgrade? This. 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 What happens if I take off all the items that I don't really need and just slowly replace them with stuff from the trade house? Hey, welcome on in. I'm definitely going to do dream interpretation on my new sword. I think you can still enchant after. But honestly, even if I lost the crit damage, this is just such a huge upgrade that I don't care. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If you are comparing to Tornado Shot, nothing is going to feel good. There's a world of difference between, you know, a trapper or a miner in PoE and a Tornado Shot build. Yep. Remove a crit strike damage because 36. Ooh. 77 to, you know, never mind. Never mind. We're going to keep this as is. Prototype. Targeted processing. I'm kind of tempted to just slam on a crit damage because it almost can't get worse. See? Crit damage. Perfect. There we go. We have a nice shiny weapon ready for dream interpretation. Yes, yes. Unequip. Oh, it uses 5. Fire damage, attack, crit rating for the gear. Okay, I'll do that. No, I don't want to do that. Downgrade the number 3 to 2. Wait, so when it says downgrade to tier 1, is this going to actually do anything? It downgraded by tier 1. Okay, so it did do something. So now I'm going to try rolling over that with a different thing. So increase double damage. Oh, no, no. This is what we want. This is also what we want. Oh, but it divined this. Okay. We're learning. So it actually physically removes things. And here's the question. I know you can't normally craft. Okay, so you can't craft it at all, even for targeted processing. Okay, so that's a little risky. I definitely lost some damage from doing things in that way, in that order, which is very good to know for the future. But worst case, I can always revert this and try to upgrade these to T0 and targeted processing something on. Good question, can you? Let's try with the gloves, because I think the gloves... Yes, you can still enchant. Let's see. Search. Vortex Heart. Ideally, I don't want that one. Item expired. Item expired. Makes sense. Those are way too cheap. See if this one's expired. Yep. So this one expired. Yep. Oh man, I hope this gets fixed quickly. So all of the relatively inexpensive ones are in fact expired. I'm just going to wait. Get, I don't know, some sort of ring. Ooh, I wonder, has anyone been underpricing? They have. Well, let's have a fun crafting project here. Okay, this is 12%. Wait, that's really good. Oh, but it I was like, if that's really good, then I realized zero plasticity makes it less good because I can't spend the currency to actually upgrade those mods right now. That's basically someone's halfway finished project. Unfortunately, these are all 12 max life. I'll just grab a random one then. Wait. Yes, this has plasticity. Okay. Got that. Now, I'm not sure what exactly I need on it, so I'm just going to craft in YOLO. Fizz to attacks and spells. Well, that's better than what it has. So we lock that and keep going. Because locking one is basically free. I think I now roll until I get good suffixes. And fire res is not really what I want. I probably shouldn't have rolled over that life so fast. Should have thought about it. But as I think about it, it was correct to roll over it. Erosion res is pretty good. Life defenses with cold and lightning res. Okay. There we go. And from here, I think for now I'm just going to lazy craft it. Yeah, I'm definitely going to lazy craft it for now. So target, slam on literally anything, enchant it, and it's good. I did hear something about that, but I didn't get time to look into it because it was right as I was starting up for Torchlight stuff. All right, so now I want things like armor. I believe Iris is obtainable as a free-to-play next season, not this season. Okay, is it really only 5 FE for this? That sounds like a fun experience. I mean, while you're waiting around, if you're able to play Torchlight, I guess being summoned for jury duty isn't that bad. It's kind of just an excuse to play Torchlight. Are they actually taking Eternal Youth, or are they overriding Eternal Youth? Because that just happens to be one of the best nodes to override. All right, I'm just going to buy this and YOLO craft it. Not overriding it. I'm trying to logically think through the interactions there. I'm coming up a little short, so I'll probably have to look into that and get back to you. I'd really like block ratio here. Or life. You know, I'm going to reroll over the lightning res, because, yeah, it's not super important. Erosion res would be the ideal. Looking for either... Let's see. Oh yeah, I looked at this setup before. I genuinely don't know why, unfortunately. Wait. Yes, I do. Never mind. It is 100% being converted by Militant Faith for the more spell damage. That has to be it. Lightning damage to attacks, fire damage to attacks. Physical damage, mate. Physical erosion res, you know? I believe that's one mana left who streams, so maybe just drop by his stream and ask him. Because I'm, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. But I'm kind of interested to find out. How bad is this going to be? 25% chance? It's not great, but there we go. See, you can say it's not great, but if you just hit it, it doesn't matter. I'll grab, I don't know, Lightning Rose would be enchant for now. I can just disenchant all this. Yeah, this is all so bad, but it doesn't matter. So now I have a little life regain, and I have a bit more armor. I would kind of like armor on my helmet and boots as well, so we'll work on that next. Minus block ratio. I don't like that. Let's go with this instead. Wait, really? Is sealed mana not being valued right now? What's going on here? -4. Let's see, -7. Confirm. Search. Good luck with that extra. It will not go well for you. but isn't here to suffer. That's a tough one. Because he definitely did something earlier that would absolutely count as suffering to most people. I think this is just all the same helmet, so I'm just going to buy this one. Oh yeah, my skill's probably all broke. I should have stopped at 40. $55, good enough. Nah, I don't have enough resources to only stop at 61 right now. Demolisher charge resto speed's actually quite good. Fire and cold's decent, but I can go harder. Hey, thank you very much for the 1 month subscription, Jason. Or I guess the resubscription for 2 total months. Reading is hard. Yes, Dirty. Oh, okay, it's for casting. Got it. That makes sense.
Am I wrong for not incorporating a fire skill to benefit from my hero trait?
So it depends on if you are okay with the extra maintenance, because there's a way around it, which is to just use a multi-tagged utility skill instead. An actual fire skill, probably not the best idea. A utility skill that has the fire tag, good idea. Which I believe Elemental Destruction, and there's one that buffs minions whose name I forget. Those are the 2 to look at. Also, welcome back.
Hey, thank you.
Erosion res, cold res, skill radius. Ooh. Gonna potentially craft over that, but
All right, so now I just need like a visual indicator for when Frostfire is active so I can spam destruction.
it has a little visual indicator where the icon kind of goes RGB. That's a good roll, but I can't use it. As tempted as I'm to take that, no. This is just better so far. Oh. It's too greedy for me to take this, isn't it? But like it's demo charge speed. Full on greed. $51, $34, $45. I can definitely make up a bunch of that on boots. And I can make up a bit with an enchant. Boots. All I want is movement speed. try 30. Wait. Are there no movement speed boots with 30% right now? Okay, this mod has to be bugged. Oh, there's multiple copies. That's always bad news. There we go. Found it. I shouldn't just buy the first thing I see. Never mind. I should buy the first thing I see. That's really good. I will hold on to that for now. Gear empowerment. 50, good enough. I have so much energy now. This fixes so many problems that I had. Put on this. 18 mana. I think I can still use everything, right? Yes. I definitely can. Cool.
Are the for my packs, is the pack that says drop quantity like valuable at all?
At your level, no. Once you get into another realm, very valuable because it's loot bonuses.
Okay.
Darn it. Why are they all item expired? I will find one of these that is not item expired. I hope. Alright, I'll just worry about that later then. So I shouldn't do a map right now because I'm missing an amulet and belt. But I kind of want to do a map right now. What do I even want on my amulet? That's the tough part. If I'm not getting a vortex. Probably just damage. First of all, how many of these are there? Not very many, so I might as well just check them all. Sure. Oh. I thought if I was life for a second, I'd actually take life, but no, it's mana. Just get to T7, yes. All right, and I need cold and erosion res on a belt. So I'm just going to get any belt with cold. Oh, okay, Arth. That makes sense. I will fix this stuff later. So how much armor do I have now? 24,000. Not bad. My block ratio is at 52%, which really could be a little higher. Ooh, Eterna. Yes. More Eterna entries, please. Don't need Truth Embers, do need Flame Sand. This is what we're going to do. Reset Dream. All right, if that doesn't auto loot. All right, what are my options? Loot, and then upon entering for fluorescent, upon entering, all of it have been removed upon entering for each type. I'm going to try to remove here. So it looks like the mana for my trigger skills are theoretically not high enough, but it doesn't actually matter. Because you don't spend mana on those. I keep mispressing my buttons, though. That's kind of awkward. Because it's supposed to be this, then that. This always takes longer than I expect it to. I'm like, oh, I'm almost done. And that's like 3 more hours. More accurately, I just kind of lose steam at this point, and then pick up steam when I'm back in Time Mark 7 farming. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a really cool tech, actually. Because I wasn't even thinking about your life getting turned off. All right, remove 1, which will come back later, and add at least 1, which will stay. I'm just going to keep clicking remove add because there's actually no downside. Barrage skills. Oh man, it is so nice when you have large groups like that to pull them together. Also, the lightning. Look at how much damage that lightning does. It's great. it seems to be scaling with a map tier. I replicated the correct bubble there. There we go. I kind of wonder what would happen if I just tried to rush through some of these zones. I mean, I guess if I rushed too much, I'd miss that 3 FE drop that I just got. So I wouldn't want to do that. Replace, remove. Yes, remove. Okay. So we got +1 bubble from that. And now I get the additional chance for Queen's Grace. And then in 3 points, I'll get Splendor. What do I need? Part of me is tempted to go here. Like this. But Shadow Dancer's probably legitimately better for cooldown. Cooldown means better buff up times. Does the tooltip scale? Wait. 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Six seconds. So I just have to manually math it out. Because I don't have to manually math it out, I can just watch. So that's up. And it's down. I have about 3 seconds of downtime. And on Bull's Rage, I have a lot of downtime. I feel like that means I should have, instead of increased duration, cooldown recovery, or maybe both. Probably both, to be honest, because I can afford it. Oh, that's why, because I have Mania on here. So what instead I'm going to do. Am I going to do that? Am I going to go with a duration thing? So supported skills gain duration equal to 0.6% while it lasts every 0.6 seconds. Nah. I could ramp it up with well-fought battle. That might be better. Or I could just leave it with Mania and just add cooldown recovery and call it good. Probably just going to leave it and call it good for now. I'm a watcher, right? Yes, I am. All right, let's find out. able to fight the Watcher. Oh yeah. I should probably use my actual damage skill, shouldn't I? Okay, when I use my actual damage skill, I do damage. I know this is a shocking revelation. There we go. Watcher down. Time Mark 7 unlocked. And Void Rift unlocked. Max that. Start the next round. Go for some nice experience. Advent did not trigger. Good. If it triggers on the 50% or better, that's fine. But triggering on the 30 and the 10 feels really bad. That lightning? Yes, that is lightning. Cool. Zap, zap. Hello. It's a zap delivery. Let's see. Locks the highest quality. No, no, no. We want to remove bubbles and add bubbles because that's just add bubbles. Gonna grab Dream Talking. There we go. Last one before another boss. A boss that is notorious for dealing high amounts of physical and lightning damage. Ooh. I should probably Spiral Strike less and just trait skill more. Because I think the ideal is trait spiral, trait spiral. Oh yeah, that's way faster. And it pulls in enemies. But also it breaks my brain, so I'm probably not going to do it. Instead, I'm just going to tap it occasionally while holding down spiral. It's kind of a best middle ground there. Removes a bubble, then adds a purple. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. We're building a good dream. I'm dreaming of many flame elementium, chat. That's what we are building to. Ooh. Okay, maybe standing in that's bad. Though I don't know. It wasn't really doing that much damage. Probably because of my regain. I guess we'll see here.
All right, I made it to the second city that is now just telling me to go do a bunch of rerun these maps and kill bosses at the end. Where the big cat lady said, hey, go out into the desert and do this stuff.
Yep. I'm trying to remember if you have one more or not. I never actually remember how many there are. I just turn my brain off and do it until I get the quest to go to the Nether Realm.
Have I gone to the Nether Realm yet, or am I going to go to the Nether Realm after this?
Nether Realm is when you hit Endgame. Oh, chat said there's one more zone. So you have to do this whole quest line, then one more whole zone of the quest lines, and then you're in the Nether Realm, which means Endgame.
Hey, chat. I wish you said, nah, this is it, bud. You're about to be there.
Nah, this is it. You're about to be there. Does that count?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, this is going to be such a juicy nightmare. You know, that might actually be an upgrade. Chat made a good point. If you turn off the game, you have technically reached the end of the game. But somehow I think turning the game off is not necessarily a very aspirational goal.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, everything can be an aspiration.
The good old shields are a hunter item if you try hard enough.
Basically, yeah. I loved playing a warlock because the only person I ever really had to like fight for gear was mages for a very small amount of time, and for a weird amount of time in Wrath of the Lich King, priests as well. But everybody else just kind of like left my gear alone.
Yeah. I didn't have to fight that many other classes. I usually just had to fight the other hunters for gear. Except on trinkets, in which case that was just an all-out war. The most absurd thing that I ever saw a warlock do was during the Throne of Thunder raid, where there's an item called Unerring Vision of Lei Shen, which gave you 100% chance to critically strike, I believe. So you get that buff. And at that time, Affliction had been revamped with a mechanic called Soul Swap, which took your dots off of one target and put them on another. Care to guess what people did with that?
That's a great question. Did you like go PvP? And was it considered like a dot so you can move it?
You didn't even have to PvP. You would just, on any multi-boss fight, snapshot all of your buffs at the start of a fight, and then move it between the bosses constantly with Soul Swap.
Sure.
I definitely clicked this too many times, and I'm going to die here. Oh, no. Rip all my EXP. And then people figured out an even dumber thing to do. So instead of just snapshotting your potion and your bloodlust and your unerring vision of Lei Shen, you do all that, but since all the numbers are snapshotted, you swapped to Dragon Wrath, which was a legendary item from Firelands that had a chance to duplicate your spell effects. And so you would now be duplicating all of the snapshotted damage.
This game's stupid. I'm glad I don't play WoW anymore.
Oh, that got removed a while ago. Blizzard was very quickly like, you know, we can't really allow you to do that. And players were like, but why not? And so that very quickly got fixed where you could no longer do it. I believe the fix was that the Dragon Wrath duplication was turned down when you were above a certain level. So you could technically still do it. But instead of it being insane damage, it was, oh, you do like less damage because you're not wearing a weapon. And then they also changed how Soul Swap worked and all that to really, really kill it. Still can't fight the guy. I probably need to not click the on defeat stuff quite that much. Yes. No, there's specific legendary items with specific modifiers you get. Like, I'm pretty sure this ring is one of them. Hero's Gaze. I'm not going to recycle it to test, though, because I don't want to have to go buy another one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for the legendary parts, you just recycle any of the compatible legendary items. Specifically the things with the mods in Dream Talking. Yes, to know which ones, you need to check them. Oh, I forgot to actually kill the things there. Whoops. Going too fast. The dream loot just gets silly when the bonuses stack up. It's very, very silly, which is good. Hey, I'm enjoying it. I've been playing a smash and grab Rosa. You smash all the enemies, you grab their loot, and then you run away and do it again. I should probably get just a little bit more regain here. What mod is this? Minions avoiding damage. Don't need that. Let's see. There we go. Oh no. Sometimes I get very slightly stuck, which I can't tell if that's a thing for the charge skill or if that's just a me thing. Might just be a me thing. The charge skill's really good though. I don't know if I'd play Rosa without this. I'd have to put that in the video. I'm going the wrong way because the guy's moving towards me. Hey guy, want to get charged on? Yeah, he got charged on. Cool.
We have a problem. I've become squishy and my damage has fallen off.
Uh-oh. What level are you?
55.
Good news is, if you wanted to respec, you now have access to all the skills in the game.
Oh, I'm not respecing. That's not in the cards here.
Well,
I
then,
would like to use something other than this level 13 Spring Resurrection, though. That'd be pretty rad.
sounds like you need to pick some stuff up off the ground with either high spell damage, high cold dispels, high cold damage, high elemental damage, or high cold / spell skill levels. Ideally, a mix of the above.
Can you give me that?
What do you mean?
Do you have that stuff?
Oh, no, I have not been looking at most loot on the floor.
But what am I supposed to do?
Like, look at the items. Wait, I'm slightly confused. Aren't you an SSF? I can't give you anything.
Is that what that means?
Yeah, Solar Self-Found means you can't trade with other players at all. Whereas otherwise, once you hit level 60, technically I could put something up on the trade house for cheap and you could buy it.
I feel like you've led me astray.
How? You opted into Solo Self-Found. You said at the start. I'm 100% sure I explained it yesterday.
I'm sorry. I'm very much messing with you. I apologize. It was just very good for me, and the sincerity of your statements was very powerful.
See, that's the hard one because I'm the sort of person who will legitimately forget a lot of those things unless reminded. And so I was like, I swear I remembered to explain that to him.
No, you absolutely did.
Okay. Because otherwise I could keep an eye out for a low item and like put it up for sale and you could buy it. Realistically though, I wouldn't need to keep an eye out for it because someone else has already done that and you could just buy it. In theory, if you really want, you can go into your loot filter and customize it to highlight those mods. It's a little obtuse to do, but it's not that time consuming.
So on the grand scale of like power, how much more important is, and I understand it's based off numbers, right? Like let's assume I have a competent amount of additive damage and percentage damage. How much more powerful is skill level?
That slightly depends on how much skill level you have, because for a lot of skills, the scaling is different below and above 30. Where below 30, it is almost always the best thing you can get, and above 30, it is often minimally impactful. However, some skills, it's like a 10 to 15% multiplicative damage increase for every single level you get, even above 30.
Okay.
I think it depends on item level, Surreal. Where it looks like it's T2, T3 or something at lower levels, and then T1 at higher levels. Oh, whoops. Oh, I failed I failed the last stream. Because I left too early. Didn't kill enough monsters. Went too fast. Oop. Cool. Did not fail this time. Adds cube bubbles, adds black sail bubbles. Let's do this. Oh, it took the one good one. That's unfortunate. I'm guessing most people for Rahan are playing Train. And then for Gemma... Well, actually, wait. Which Gemma and which Rahan? That's the other question. Because I realized immediately that people on Anger are playing Train, but people on Seething are probably still going Berserking Blade. And on Gemma, it very much depends on which Gemma you're talking. They are way crazier. That was part of the seasonal changes. They wanted to buff the cards to really make them feel worth it. So I just got a Shooting Star. Icefire Gemma. Most likely people are still either Icy Ring or Flame Slash then. Because those are the best in a super early game. Commodity to replicate. Let's go Fluorescent instead. Man, that just felt unfair. I mean, it's a good build. There's a reason why it's one of the most popular starters. If you've consumed more, minus 30. I kind of want to try this. This is going to go so badly, but whatever. The minute I die to it, I'm going to take it off. Because I'm pretty sure I do not have nearly enough recovery to actually use this item. Ooh. Okay, we're not going to start the boss there. Because that would actually legitimately be bad. We're just going to go into this map and donate a little bit of experience. Oh, of course, it's the Nightmare. I wish it would start automatically. That always baits me. Okay. Yep, we're swapping off that. That was fast. Wait, can I craft this more? Yes, I totally have materials. 110? Cool. The erosion res? Oh.
Do we have a table on max roll of like skills scaling?
No. Unfortunately, that's the sort of thing that without heavy data mining is really hard to maintain because it changes. And there's a lot of skills. But TLIDB does data mine it. So if you don't mind a slightly more bare bones presentation, you can find it there. You just have to look at the specific skill. Unfortunately, it's the sort of thing that's not actually displayed in game. It really should be. You should be able to click on the skill and see. You know, I should suggest that next time I talk to someone from XD.
For all the other information they're giving us, like that seems very valuable.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that's better. And the reason it changes is because for attacks, it modifies the effectiveness of added damage. So whenever the attack skill is buffed or nerfed, part of that is the scaling changes. Well, part of it is the scaling can change, I guess I should say, because it doesn't always have to. But for a lot of skills, it has changed, which is very awkward if you're trying to maintain resources for them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we run into that for D2 as well.
Well, there we go. I fixed my amulet. Oof. I got bonked. Right now I'm doing the bonk. How often does D2 change skill balance? Is it every, I guess it would be ladder?
So D2R, you have to keep in mind, the last update that came to the original Diablo 2 game it was a decade ago, over a decade ago.
Yeah.
So when they made D2R, they had changed some of like the core logic of the game. And then over the next like 2 seasons, they released pretty sizable balance changes. And the past 2 seasons, they haven't done anything to like further address balance or like game design. And our expectation right now is that it's basically like, if they're ever going to do something, it's not going to be for a while.
Yeah, that's a lot easier to maintain then, because for Torchlight, the expectation is multiple skills will receive significant balance passes or entire archetypes get full reworks. Which is really good for keeping the game fresh and active, and really bad for maintaining big lists of things.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, like, we run into that for D4, right? Because it's kind of like every single season is bringing huge balance changes and then also
Yeah.
just like full game reworks. For Diablo 2 in particular, they were changing the scaling of a lot of stuff for balance changes. So maintaining references for scaling was just like particularly challenging. But yeah, I mean, like, we're running into that for D4.
Yeah. The good news is, with XG's approach, they want a lot of that information to be easily accessible, so there's a good chance that they will just put it in-game at some point. Which is very different from Path of Exile, where oftentimes it is by design that information is not easily accessible.
Just spitefully.
No, not even spitefully, because it's part of gameplay to know something that other players don't. That is a feature, not a bug in Path of Exile. What level? 80 for max gear energy.
Hey man, if the player base likes it, sure.
There were definitely times where the player base did not enjoy it, so now they've kind of gone with a middle ground. Certain things are obscured and certain things are very transparent. Which I think is a good approach. I don't think the basic knight's anything, so let's price check Ripple Amulet crit. All right. I don't know. This is going to be someone's crafting project. Let's go with 8 FE. A good example of this is when they introduced timeless jewels. They intentionally heavily obscured the information so that people couldn't access it because they wanted it to be a mystery. What ended up happening is some very clever players figured out a way to make it not a mystery and then massively profited off the fact that they knew what certain seeds meant.
Rip. But hey, I guess that's player knowledge, right?
Yes, exactly. And that's why I say it's a feature, not a bug, that GGG actively wants that with certain systems. Whereas when they added the new harvest crafting system in 3.11, which new is a very relative term because we're talking like 2019-ish, so it's been in the game for a very long time now. But when that was new, they just straight up told players, hey, this is what everything does. Ooh, 10 FE. Very nice. Cube bubbles when a bubble changes. Time to kill big guy here. Big guy has been bonked and has given rewards.
10. I'm having to dodge attacks here. I don't like this.
Ooh. How are your resistances looking?
I don't know.
Because that may be why you have to dodge attacks. Also, you could always try putting on a shield. It'd be a damage loss, but a shield is quite a bit of passive defenses.
Shields are for quitters.
Well, I guess call me a quitter because my entire class is based around shields. But does it count if I'm using the shield to bash things in the face?
No, that's cool.
See, I wish there were actual shield skills in Torchlight, but I'm just going to pretend that that's how I'm using the shield.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you lie to me for the purposes of regaining a small amount of ego?
Comedic effect, more so. Because even though I'm
Well,
not
it worked.
literally bashing things in the face with a shield, I do get most of my damage bonuses from blocking things. Therefore, holding a shield is a very good way to scale damage. This season would have been the perfect time to introduce shield skills since it's a shield-focused character. But I guess I'll take remote, lightning lasers and super shuriken throw instead. Personally, I would say yes, the game is definitely worth a try. At least if you like ARPGs.
Okay, how long can I get away with using the omniscient prototype as opposed to like a real chess piece?
How much do you like dodging?
Well, dodging gives me attack speed, so I have been using it for DPS.
Oh, I meant manually avoiding things, not the dodge stat.
Oh, I only dodge.
Yeah.
Or I only use a blink skill for lowercase d dodging things.
Because technically, you can do it until you are in a monster level 80 area where you will start to get chess pieces that drop with the same amount of energy.
I'll put on a real armor.
Hey, I mean, don't let me stop your dreams. In a more serious answer note, if you are dying to the point where it feels like it's slowing down your progress or annoying you, I would swap off of it. If you are not dying, keep it for now. The extra damage will help. But those are always the hard questions to ask for a game, because the answer really is, it depends on you.
Oh, snap. I have enough energy on gear. Let's go, baby.
Nice. That's what
Okay,
we want to hear.
Oh, I was super wrong. No, I don't.
You lied to me again? I'm going
I
to start
lied.
having issues trusting you.
I know. Well. This one was me being wrong as opposed to straight up lying. But I've been known to dabble in some fun half truths.
Fun half-truths. I like the ring of that. That are blue. This is 1 to 2. It has like a 50% chance to improve. I kind of want cube stuff. No, it took the one good thing. Damn it. I wanted to try to upgrade that. Hero's necklace with cast speed. No, thank you. So far, so good. Nope. I have no intentions to try cast while channeling with it. But I wanted to make some currency because I kind of suspect, as strong as Lightning Beam is, it's not going to be a fun build if I don't have a few items. And I specifically want an investment into Spell Burst on weapons, possibly the Surging Inspiration helmet. So I decided I'm just going to play this, blast, make some money, get my gear to the point where I can easily do Time Mark 7, and then swap over to it. And also, oh my god, this is so many pages. That's awesome. Oh my god, this is so good. Yeah, I won't be playing cast while channeling with it. I don't think cast while channeling works very well for Rosa's playstyle. That is indeed a fun fact. Unless you are a moray eel, then it's a very unfun fact. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at prices outside of a very focused and narrow window. I've only found one thing so far that I couldn't afford, but it wasn't by that much that I couldn't afford it, so I'm sure it's fine. It was mostly due to dead listings. I also haven't tried to buy anything super rare. Like, this is what I before couldn't afford, which, see, like, it looks like, oh, look, you can easily, no, it's a dead listing. Even the 80 FE one is a dead listing. Keep clicking these, hoping one of them's not, but I'm sure they all are. I'm hoping they fix that soon. Yes, I hope so as well. It's not the best. I mean, I could buy this one. It's basically worse. Oh, no, never mind. The 180s are probably the real listings. Oh, wait. That could be real. That's sweep, though. I don't really want sweep. Do I? Nah. But anyway, let's see what surging is. Because that's what I'm thinking of buying. Oh. Well, I'm assuming this is a dead listing, but for a surging, that's not bad. This is usually what they are. I don't know, my plan is to farm like 1,000 FE before swapping over. It looks like everything's going to be within budget if I do. Just going to complete around here. Well, I can't really mess this up, so I'm just going to remove 2. What's the plan to do that? I'll be honest with you, I don't really have a plan yet. I'm going to assess what trait cards I've kind of randomly collected and go based off of that. So once I hit time mark 7, the plan is to come up with a plan. And when I hit time mark 7 in every zone, I'm going to kill the Traveler and then talk about the plan on stream. So in a little bit, you will know. But right now, I don't know myself. I probably should have gone into it to like target specific cards. I have not done that. Honestly, I could just blast zones with the seasonal mechanic. I feel like that might be the easiest way to do it. Because you get a lot of FE from every nightmare that you do. Oh, whoops. Not slightly concerning. And this one, I'm not even going to bother to look at loot. I'm just going to absolutely blast it. I'm not even going to trigger the seasonal mechanic because I'm too close to the advent of Nightmare. I don't want it to trigger. Ooh, Eterna monsters. Goodbye, Eterna. You know, Eterna monsters also seem to drop FE a lot because that's the second time I've gotten a pile of FE from them. So maybe I do Eterna monsters. I kind of like the idea of doing Eterna gameplay. Yay, all my skills hit 20. There we go. I don't know if the Eterna monsters have specific flame fuel drops or if they just have pretty high rarity. So I don't know, maybe my plan is Eterna. If this season is at all like last season, early on there's going to be several diverse ways to make money, and then later on it's all going to converge. Okay. One thing I'm not going to do is God of Might. That much I can tell you for sure. Only because I do not enjoy the God of Might gameplay and do not have recovery to trivialize it. Yep. That's why I'm thinking Eterna might be really good. Also, it's something I enjoy. Oh, they added that? Neat. Okay, I might do God of Might then. I just need the card. See, the new cards are cool, and they add so many options that it's going to be hard to decide. Flame Fuel, yes. All right, I'm okay with Advent of Nightmare here, but I would have preferred to not trigger it for another round. The other thing about the Nightmare is it basically doubles the amount of monsters in your map. So, like, even that alone is a significant amount of loot. Yeah. I don't think I want to charge into him. Hmm. No, stop running away. Darn things, they're running away from me. It's like they want to live. And yes, I can blame them for that. They're supposed to die and drop all the shiny loot piles. That's their entire purpose. See? That one did what it should. It dropped the shiny loot piles. One of these days I'll be face tanking that, but not quite there yet. He actually does some moderate amounts of damage. Fair warning, I don't know if it still works. Also, the gear that was expensive was not related to the skill. The gear that was expensive was related to playing any Divine Ember build. Which... Let's see, is it expensive? No, not really. At least not right now. Assuming those are all real listings. See, I could full clear this just for the extra loot, but I'm good. This one was not super juicy. Ooh, precious chest. Rampage time. Hey! Welcome back, Gabriel.
All right, I think this is where we're going to call it for today. We are 58. I'm like almost done with the desert leg of the filler quests.
You are very close then. You'll definitely hit it tomorrow.
Alrighty, let's go.
I'm probably getting close to a stopping point as well, since it's getting late and I'm pretty hungry. But
Yeah, hunger is a real thing.
Yes. But I'm so close that it's like, I can't stop now. I have to do 7 more maps because then I get to kill the Traveler. So I'm doing 7 more maps.
Well, good luck to you, friend.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your help. It has been instrumental in me fighting one monster for an hour in bare hopes of being able to kill it, which is like my crowning achievement.
You're welcome, and thanks for hanging. It's been fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty. Auf Wiedersehen, 10 shot. Be good. Do good season. Also, have a happy new year.
Yep. thank you again, and I'll see you around soon. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Got to group all these enemies. Got to blast them. I say that even though technically I don't know that I have to group them anymore because my AoE is so big. Oh, the AoE is so big now. It's great. Upon entering, for every 3 commodity, it also adds 1 more, but no more can be... Oh, see. Almost. For every 3 different... I'm going to do this. And then target commodity conversions. Commodity conversions are genuinely awesome, so I can't complain about that. I think right now, the cube bubbles aren't that impressive to me. They're a little underwhelming without the cube monster stuff, but the black sail bubbles are really good. So commodity fluorescent black sail, all good. Cube, I don't know. The jury's still out. Gear, I mean, it's gear. It's okay. Wouldn't particularly advise. Like these things. These are the cubes. That's the cube stuff you want. Those little skull guys. Always put them in your maps. Also, I'm almost 92. So, Gabriel, I haven't looked into it at all. I know it relied on some snapshotting stuff. I know some snapshotting effects did get changes. I also know that some of the talents may have gotten changed. But I have no idea. Because I have not looked into it at all. And hey, welcome on in, everyone. Thank you very much for the raid, Mac. Now, if any of you have been hanging out for a bit, then I might be a familiar voice. Now you can put a face to the voice. I'm playing a build that basically goes big bonks. I want to stand in all the enemies, block them, and big bonk them. And I've been progressing through the Nether Realm. This is the Endgame system here. We've got a rare treasure black sail that I'm going to take. My goal is to get this to turn into all the loot. And I'm going through quickly because I'm almost at the Nether Realm's final boss. Called the Traveler. Or at the very least, the first version of him. In Torchlight Infinite, bosses are often called pinnacle bosses. And then there are uber pinnacle bosses, which are like pinnacle bosses, but super scary and will beat you up for your lunch money. Don't worry though, occasionally you can get good and beat them up for their lunch money. And oh boy, do they have a lot of lunch money. Like the Fool's Crown, which is from Lord of the Void Sea, is a very effective way to get a ton of damage on attacks. The way I play this build is I press my move fast buttons and then my explode the screen buttons. All right. Ooh, red is good. Red means big money. No commodity conversion yet. Whenever I say money, I am talking about flame elementium. That is the main trading currency for the game. If you're familiar with Path of Exile, you can kind of think of it a little bit like Divine Orbs. I mean, it's more common. It's more of a in-between Chaos and Divine thing. But you can think of it like that. If you're coming from D4, it's a little bit like gold. Ooh. Oh. Apparently the fire on the ground hurts. That's good to know. Which icon? Oh, 6 Flame Elementium. Always good. Oh, yes, the little refresh icon. I think that means type change? Or is that for replicate? I read something about it and then I forgot. Let's see if it shows up here. Replicate. Oh, that, yes. Yes, I have used that before. When there isn't anything that I like here, I will use this. Upgrades the quality of one bubble. I'm trying to decide if I want higher quality or more. I'm going to go higher quality. That was a good idea. I'm using Groundshaker, which is basically an earthquake skill that has big bonk explosions. And so I just run around looking for enemies, and then I bonk them. Sounds like you need rainbow commodities, which, to be fair, I haven't gotten yet myself. But soon. I'm very close to unlocking rainbow commodities. I kind of want to do the Eterna stuff. I'm going to reset my entire deck and put both Eterna cards in. Desire Incarnations are good. I'll definitely do this. Spawn Malice. I'll do this. Whisper of Wonder, yes, please. Corroded by the Dark Surge. I'm not actually that into machines right now. Kind of messing with my vibe of bopping enemies. God of War, though. I could do some God of War. Yep, the event page. EXP or additional beacons. 9... 10... So I'm at 10... 11... And you know what? I'll do... Oh, I had both of those already. Never mind. There we go. Let's see what cards I got. All right. Pretty good Chaos card. I should see the Eterna Kin more commonly now, which will let me explore the city of Eterna and encounter Candle. And get my soul candles, which are nice and fun. I have a little bit of a grudge against soul candles because there's a couple of the effects that are really awesome. And last season, I had no luck getting them when they're untradeable. So I'm going to be very happy to know that I can just buy them now for 2,000 FE or whatever, which is still better than just not getting it. Or maybe this season, the city will be kind to me, and I'll be able to sell them for 2,000 FE because I'll have spares. That would also be cool. I haven't turned in any of my snowflakes. I definitely should. I'm going to backtrack here and just zap that guy. There we go. All right, let's see what I got. Randomly selects whim bubbles to replicate. Adds a commodity that's blue or better. Adds a whim that's blue or better. I'm going to say, if I hit at least 2 replicate there, that's really good. So I'm just going to replicate whim. And then try to convert whim into commodity if possible. Whisper of Wonder. Oh, I was supposed to do that. Oh, well. Additional legendary hero memory, because right now, legendary hero memory is good. Oh, look. Flame Elementium. I will take that. Melee knockback in rhythm. Maybe we can even knock back enemies in a rhythm. Let me know if it works. Yeah, good luck. If it works, let me know, because quite a few people have been asking. All right, Advent of Nightmare. I've got the 4 Whim Bubbles. We'll see how this goes. We are gambling on our loot. I do love how all these enemies spawn out there and you can just pull them in. Yep. Bye, buddy. Did I just one-shot that thing? I definitely one-shot that thing. That's great. I don't quite trust tanking that. It's probably okay, but I don't know. Why risk it? I'm 91 now. I'm starting to get to the point where EXP loss is actually a thing. Here we go. All right, Flame Elementium. Nightmare's ended. Gonna grab these guys here. Get their juicy, juicy loot. Dreams come true. Commodity Bubble Red. That's what you want to see. Seems like a decent Thunderbane ring. All right. That felt worth it. I'm just going to kind of chill my way through the rest of the map. By chill, I mean kill. Well, I can't speak for you, but personally, I don't think I will be spamming Grove of Calamity. Now, if you hate yourself and you enjoy Grove of Calamity, by all means, you are welcome to. But I will not personally be spamming it now. At least not unless I need to clear a trait card real quick. But even then, probably not worth. Sure, but it's also horrible. So I'm not going to do it. That's the thing. My willingness to play optimally is lower than my willingness to do something unfun. Or, no, opposite. Never mind. What am I talking about? All right, that made no sense. So let's try a retake. My willingness to do something unfun to play optimally is lower than my willingness to be suboptimal. Whenever adding or removing a bubble, additionally upgrade when entering the nightmare, all that have been removed. Okay, these are both pretty good. Or, upon entering for 3 different types, gain 1 red whim. Oh. No, he has a shield. Melting Heart of Ice. If this is a 100% roll, it's pretty good. Otherwise, I don't know. Skeptical. Because I don't think many people use Melting Heart of Ice. I was always tempted to last season, and I never quite got around to it, because it was just going to be cast while channeling Icy Ring. Like, if I'm going to do that, why not just play Gemma? Yes, the 2-node cards are a great addition. The live fight does take a very long time, even if you one-shot her, unfortunately. %0 chance for Advent of Nightmare. That's what we want to see. See, this is a nice ethically sourced character that doesn't need no dummy DPS. Mostly because this character isn't really good at DPS. This character is good at big single hits. So I can just look and see, oh, I hit something for 20 million. All right. Without worrying about what the DPS is. Yes, it is possible to get 100 hero tokens in one season. You just have to do all of the events. Try Ellie Poison Slam Bosser. Poison Slam sounds like a very tough one. Try Ellie Poison Bosser, sure, but you're probably going to want to use a strike skill like Viper Strike of Amamba. Pretty sure that one works well with Ellie Poison. Or Molten Strike. Maybe you could do Volcanic Fissure stuff. So to skip leveling, number 1, you need to have a character that has already completed the campaign. Then number 2, if I'm remembering correctly, it's somewhere here. I don't actually go into the shop enough to know. Oh, here it is. So it's 650. And if you look here, unfortunately, that's right between the $15 and the $5. So you're going to have to spend $15 to get the currency, at least in the US. And I really feel like they should adjust that to be an even number. Like 600 exactly. So you can get 2 of a $5 and spend $10. But yeah, that's how you get it. How am I at high level? Not dying too much. It's mostly just not dying too much. Though I'm probably about to die because I'm about to fight Traveler. Oh. I don't know if there's regional pricing for this game, unfortunately, but that is definitely rough. That means during the season now, but not during a preseason event. If you put intentional thought into how you built the character, then I probably did build differently, which is to say, I don't think there are any affixes on some of my items still. Ooh, precise projectiles. We're just going to put that up on the shop real quick. Yeah, there we go. That's some good money. But yeah, I need to replace this. but it's currently fixing my cold res. So, wait, I can probably craft it now. Actually, wait a minute. I can fix this. I did go to a trade house and actually like buy things. So I have slightly more of floor trash. But I've mostly just gone crit, 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 more crit. I've probably overcapped my crit. I've had lots of block. See, max energy, defense. Cooldown recovery is neat, but I really want erosion res. But good erosion res. Floor trash is very good if you take time to set up a filter. I have not done that. I am waiting for Milky to do it so I can yoink his filter. And hey, Baylor, you finally managed to catch my stream. It only took me streaming about an hour later than usual. Okay, at 75, I was literally wearing gear from level 30 plus a decent weapon that I put most of my resources into crafting. You know, I think that's good enough. What do I want to add with targeted? Probably erosion res. No, probably a prefix. Life regen would feel really good. You don't drop an FE until you get to, I think it's time mark 3 or so. Do I really want to waste? Yeah, tier 6 is really bad. Okay, fine, I don't care. I'm going to just craft over that anyway. I shouldn't have wasted it. Where I've been getting most of them is from my nightmares now that I'm a bit higher level. Enchant with erosion res so that I can hopefully survive the traveler fight. Do I still... I might have put my weapon up for sale that I had before. Yeah. So this is what I had before. I think I got pretty lucky getting a 271 DPS weapon. And then today I swapped to this, which ended up being 496 because of the implicit. Oh, for my trees, I just copied everything from Milky's guide. I did not put any thought into my tree. And hey, welcome on in. Then for my extra points, I grabbed cooldown recovery for higher uptime on my buffs. Yes, Ignite for Big Bonk is better than Poison Snow because with Poison it stacks, so you want more poisons, whereas Ignite does not stack. I didn't do the cooldown recovery stuff until literally like level 87 though, so it's fairly new. At 75, I was straight just copying Milky's tree. Actually, no, there's one thing I did differently. In God of War, the only thing I did differently is instead of having the life down here, I had this. See, I wasn't too worried about an optimal tree because my plan is to respec to Lightning Beam. I just needed this to be functional to kill Traveler and farm some money, and it's been functional. Yep. It is in the guide in the pinned comment. Wait, why did Traveler turn around and nuke my poor minion? What are you doing, Traveler? You're supposed to hit me. Can I stand in this? I don't know. Okay, yes, I seem to be able to mostly stand in that. Good. Is it Ranger? Because I think Ranger is the tree that should get dropped long term. Because you can crit cap without Ranger, there's no real point in having it, in my opinion. Cool. That was T6 Traveler. Went pretty well. Yes, the cards do very much go ham now. And have I filled everything out? I think I've filled everything out. So Shadow Dancer, especially early on, is way too OP to ever drop. God of War is also way too OP to ever drop. Like, even just for these nodes, I guess technically you don't need Blunt. You could go Ambition. And then if you go Ambition, you drop Endless Fervor for instant smash. However, you do 100% need to crit on every hit to do that. Yes, that, if I was going to keep playing the build, that is exactly what I would do. I think the Black Tree, there's Ronin. That one you're thinking of for like full defense. And then possibly defensiveness, though I haven't tried it and it might feel terrible. I could always go Sprinkle instead, though, because that is exactly what I was considering. Also, I wonder, do I have 100% crit chance? Can I try this other combo for instant smash and just ignore enemy defenses now that I've killed the one boss where it mattered? Not quite, but very close. All right, we're going to do Super Lazy Man's Test. I think the best use for 100 hero tokens is a character where you think you will play multiple builds on them. So if you think you'll play the character for one build, I don't think it's worth spending your tokens on it. If you think you're going to play multiple, then I think it's worth it. Yeah, I agree. The block ratio stuff, once you can actually fix your crit without Ronin, is very much worth it. So we're at roughly 10 mil DPS with the instant smash setup. That realistically, the only thing that you miss is the extra fervor effect at the end. Oh, no, that's not even fervor effect. Sorry, crit damage and the crit rating from this. I'm kind of tempted to just try it, see how it feels. Though, this is a lot. That's a lot of crit damage. So it looks like the instant smash stuff, slightly better now. I have enough crit rating, but that means I can't drop Ranger because that's 100% how I'm getting all the crit for it. This will also be nice for one bonking enemies. So physical damage is an increased physical damage or something else? Because gear physical damage refers to something that's local to the weapon and used with attacks. But then you can have like increased physical damage, which applies to spells as well in theory. I kind of like this. Oh no. I just need to be able to keep my fervor up, because if my fervor falls off, that's going to be bad. But like, as long as I find enough enemies, I think it's okay. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. I don't think I'll drop Ranger for now, but thank you for bringing up the idea of swapping talents, Baylor, because that reminded me to try the thing I'd been thinking about for a while. Oh yeah, something else that feels very good. I got very lucky with... Wait. When the High Court's dog barks, for not only pulling enemies in, but charging into them. It's very, very fun to do that. I managed to get a perfect one because I bought an un-ID'd and ID'd it, and it happened to be perfect. I would definitely not recommend that as your plan. But hey, it's a 1 in 50, and I hit for 1 in 50. The other nice thing about Instant Smash is if I give enemies resistance to fizz damage now, it doesn't matter. Because I just smashed through it. Sounds good, and have fun. Maybe I should go back for the blues. Yeah, I'm definitely liking this setup more. I'm going to mention this to Milky and get his thoughts as well. Yes, it definitely seems like Rainbow Chaos cards are more common, or I've just been very lucky in finding them. But I'm going to go if they're more common. Hey, buddy, you have a bit of defense. What are you doing? There we go. He did not have enough defenses, luckily. I should probably look out for certain modifiers, like actually set up a filter, so that I can help myself gear my next build. Okay, yeah, I should have swapped this way earlier. This is feeling so much better. I'll see how many respec points I have and maybe try Veronin stuff too. Adds a bubble, upgrades, upgrade. Oh, I have so many Elixir of Oblivion. Yeah, whatever, we're trying this. We can go back. Oh, I shouldn't have done that, because that's going to skew the damage results if I have the Holy Domain active. Whoops. In general, when you're testing stuff, it's a very bad idea to use temporary buffs that have dynamic scaling. It's just a very bad idea. Don't do it. But now it's fine because I've turned it off, and so I'll just be at 105 murderous intent for the entire test for both sets. All right, so 10. Now I reselect, confirm, get Ronin. Let's see, melee damage, max life, attack block chance dip. Wait, what is my attack block chance at? I think I'm capped regardless. Yes, I'm capped regardless. Cool. So then I only care about damage. Do I only care about damage? I guess in theory I care about life, but I'm not dying so far, so I only care about damage. Then attack speed, spell block, max energy shield. All right, so I'm going to keep going with this. Crit, max ES, damage when holding a shield. Probably crit. Skill cost armor, and it goes into flat minus skill cost. But my skill cost is already fixed by other stuff, so that's okay. What does this mean? Block damage equal to a percentage of armor. I grab the fervor effect. Damage dealt while holding a shield. I think I want Sprinkle, at least for now. Oh, right. So in theory, I don't even need Ambition. I could just go back to Blunt. Because I gain Fervor when blocking, which, spoiler alert, I'm going to be blocking. This gives demo charge speed, which is interesting. Go. Let's see here. That. Then gains Fervor when blocking. Gains Fervor rating when blocking. Full defense. Like this. Okay. I'll lose some damage because I don't have Fervor right now, because I have to actually block something. That is concerningly low, though. But also, the block ratio is much higher. Right? Wait, did I not take that? I did not take that. Okay. So let's try this. I suspect I will not be keeping this, but I'm going to do one more map. In the name of science. No, this game does not have PvP. Ooh, Vindicator Maul. Active skill level. Ooh. I can't put my finger on it, but something feels off about this. Yeah, this feels very off. I do not like the feel at all of Ronin in my current setup. I'm not saying it's bad forever. I'm just saying this is not the time to swap to it. That feels bad. Okay. This is why I made sure I had enough respec points to drop it and go back to Ranger. Because, yeah, if I was stuck on that, that would feel terrible. I'm too reliant on boosting my crit rating at the moment. The weapon crit strike rating is, I think, what does it. Although also the crit damage per is so powerful. There we go. I fixed it. And where do I want to put this last point? I kind of want to go into this, but I don't know. It's so weird that these points are all just dead. Block stuff in Shadow Dancer. Oh, but it's additional damage. See, that's the weird part. Maybe I just go here. You know what? Movement speed per fervor, I don't know why I didn't have that. Probably because I was experimenting and dropped it by accident. So that means I go back to ambition. So I will basically always have fervor. Oh yeah, this feels good again. You know, I don't know why I went back on that enemy when I could have just pulled the enemy to me. But okay. Ooh, shiny compasses. Yes, give me all the shiny compasses, please. Those are good money. I left right as the last mob spawn, but I'm not going back for them. Oh, whoops. That was, oh god. That felt good without any of the damage from Ranger. Okay. So that was interesting. All right, let's see who is playing some games here. Because I am getting kind of hungry. And so I think I'm going to call the stream. But I got a few levels. I cleared everything up to Traveler, cleared Traveler. Had a good time talking to Mac. Made some good progress. And I feel pretty comfortable making a video now talking about my season start experiences. Not going to be a full build guide or anything like that. Just what I did, why I did it, how it went, all that kind of stuff. Because I feel like for something like Torchlight, that's a lot more helpful than here's a finished build. I don't know. Maybe I'm off. I guess we'll see based on how many people watch the video. But for now, gonna swap to this screen and find someone to raid. And remember, if you've been enjoying, do be sure to drop a follow, get subscribed, leave a like, all those things that help you find your way back.